This is Meri at the Meri Atelier, and it is July the 11th. Welcome to my desk. Let me put my phone, which is what I stream on, up on the stand. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in when you get in. There we go. I got a lot I need to do tonight. I haven't been streaming the last couple mornings. I've been tired. This week wore me out. Wore me out. Yeah. Let's see. Let's go to my channel. And let's go to my stream. I got 3 of you out there. Welcome in, welcome in. Welcome in. It's Legia. Hi. Hello, she says. You know what? Jacqueline put the sticker right over the O, and it looked like it was reading hell. And I didn't like it, so I drew a line around in there to look like the little sunflower was lodged in the O. This came from Jacqueline from a couple weeks ago, I think. And she did sell again tonight. Yeah. Hi, Kathy. It's good to see you, Kathy Cowell. I know you've been back online, but I haven't seen you. Welcome in. Hi, Sherry Van. There's Legia, Kathy, and Susie. Hi, Susie. So we're going to open mail. I have some books I want to show you that I didn't get showed from the last haul that I did. I want to work in my July art journal, and I'm going to do Gluebooking my way. A little bit different way, and I want to show you that, but when we get there. I want to show you this, too. This lampshade is really cool. My brother's ex-wife, she passed away. Before she passed away, she gifted me this lamp, and the lamp stopped working. Well, it would not, any light bulb I put in there would blink off and on, and it would just go off. And so the lamp was old, so I tossed it, but I saved this beautiful, beautiful lampshade. And I thought, well, I could make a mushroom out of it, you know, those glass mushrooms that are so popular in the DIY, but I don't know where I would put it. So what I'm going to do is make a planter out of it, because it's got a nice big drainage hole. And I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to do it, but I will obviously keep it in the house. My brother will like that. He might make me keep it in here, but I don't have enough light in here. So, yeah, I just had to show this to you because it's so pretty. And I need to find a spot for it, but for right now, I'll put it down below. So, I think I'll attack the Happy Mail first. Who else am I missing in here? Who's popped in? Sherry Van, Legia, Linda. Hi, Linda. Welcome in, Linda. It's good to see you. And I want to remind you that if you are in the Fib Diggity Creators, we will be having a stream this coming Monday night at 7:30. And if you pop in, even if you can't stay for the whole stream, you'll get counted, and I'll send you a little thank you for participating in the live streams. I only do 2 a month, and it's already, my goodness, it will be what, the 14th? Let's see, today is the 11th, 12th, 13th on Monday? 12th, 13th, 14th on Monday. Almost half the month of July is gone. We just had the 4th. What's with that? What is with that? Yeah, look at this Happy Mail. So we'll come back to that. Dee Dee Willingham. Make sure I don't have her address showing. I always slip on Dee Dee's. And let's get one of those new palette knives out. And let's open my... I was in her stream, not this week, I think it was last week. And she was doing calligraphy on envelopes. And I said, oh, I would love to have one, Dee Dee. She's done them for people before, and I never got one, and I wanted one so bad. And she noticed my comment, and she made me one. So she did your name. She does your name in calligraphy. And of course, Meri is only 4 letters, so I made it easy on her. So I believe that's what this is. Oh, this might be the, I don't know what this is. Let's see what it is. No, I think it's the envelope she gave me a napkin for my journal. And I'm going to work on this tonight. Thank you, Dee Dee. That's a perfect. I would have taken just that. And here she put are you ready for the reveal? Are you ready for the reveal for calligraphy art? Dee Dee used to do calligraphy as a business. So she's good at it. All right, here it is. Meri! Isn't that beautiful? And she did it on a card, not an envelope. So that's good too. And this is kind of a puffy sticker. I might make a copy of this and put it in my July art journal, but I want to keep that out, put it with my Dee Dee art. And I had sent her let's put it back here. I'll put it in my mail bucket over here. That's totally full. Totally full, Dee Dee. She thanks people who give her super chats, and I had given her a super chat. So she sent me a thank you for the super chat. She doesn't have to do that, but she does it. She's a very generous person. Let's see if I can get this open. I think she's glued it shut. Here, up here, Meri. There we go. And no, Dee Dee, I'm not going to just cut it. I'd probably cut the beautiful art. Well, I might tear down in here. Get that palette knife in there. I'll get it in the other way. I might have to cut I think I took my little scissors out in the other room. Are they over here? Oh, Meri, what did you do with them? I think I took them out in the other room. It's not there. It's not. Let's go this way, Meri. Go the other way. And I told her, she asked me if I wanted something or a printout, and I said I wanted the print. So look what she sent. Oh, isn't that awesome? Isn't that awesome? I love it. She's got an apron on, and she puts a thank you on the back of it. I love my Dee Dee art. I'd send her a super chat just to get her art. It's a print, but it's Dee Dee art. And I have quite a collection of Dee Dee art. Now I'm going to put that in the mail bucket too, because that'll keep it in a safe spot. I can reach over there. I might have to back up a little. Now this was unexpected. This is from one of the newer viewers. And Donna, if you're out there, I believe this is from Donna. Yes. Donna, thank you so much. You didn't have to do that. Thank you so much, Donna. She's been in my stream recently. Let's see, who? Was it Ginger that knows her? Hi, Joyce. Hi, Jacqueline. Did you see what I did to your hell? You put that sticker over it, oh, and it looked like hell. And I said, well, I can't do a thumbnail of hell. So I drew just a line on this side, and it looks like the little sunflower is coming through the O. Hello, I am what you've been waiting for. And my brother, I swear you guys, my brother, I think he enjoys bringing in the mail. He was sitting out on the porch when the UPS guy delivered this. And he brought it in and he said, "Were you waiting for this?" I said, "Yes." So we're going to open that next. But this is from Donna. And she is one of the newer viewers in here. I think Pam knows her. The ginger cat lady knows her. I can't wait to see what's in there, Jacqueline. Hi, Angie. Legia's here. Jacqueline's here. Linda popped in. Oh, it's so good to see you guys. Sherry Van. It's so good to see you, Linda. I think I said hello to everyone. If I miss you, it's because when I'm focused on my desk, it's because I'm focused on my desk. Usually the folks in here are really good about greeting people. But if you pop in and nobody says anything to you, please know we're not ignoring you. It's just that I like those puffy stickers too, Legia. It's just that, you know, well, it's really easy to miss things. And, but I have to say, this community is really good about greeting new people. Let's go ahead and open this package from, and I will need a scissors for this. Use a bigger scissors here. So Donna, I'll have to thank her. It might have been Tammy Ward who knew her. I don't know if it was Tammy or somebody else. Let me put those back. I'll tell you guys, my room is so crowded in here. There's one little path, and I even need a turnstile to go through it. I am going to have, there's a lot of empty boxes in here. I'm going to have to go through. Let's see what she sent. Oh, look, she packed it so nice. Oh, I love that. And look at this cute little envelope of creatures. Looks like some kitty creatures here, and I don't know what kind of a creature that is. It could be another kitty. And coffee cups. How cute! Let's put that aside. And oh, look what she's done. Rick-rack. Oh, look at this. It just feels like, oh, it feels like Christmas. Look at that bow. That's a fabric bow. And is that on a, that's on a clip too. Oh, look. That's on a clip. Oh, isn't that, oh, that's so darling. Wow, I'm going to have to save that out. And Rick-rack. Rick-rack. No, it's not. It looks like Rick-rack, but it's a soft yarn. It's a kind of a twisty yarn. It's really cute. It looks like Rick-rack from up above. Let's say what I can of it. It's blues. Oh, look, and it's tied so nice. I just feel like, you know, I don't deserve you guys. I don't deserve you. But thank you so much for gifting to the people that don't deserve it. This is pretty. I'm going to save that. That might be enough to tap with. I wonder if I could tap with my larger. I've got one of those yarn needles. And I would not do shuttle tatting. I would do needle tatting. That might be enough to make a ring or two. Or a butterfly. All right. Now let's open it up and see what's in this. It's odd shaped. It feels like Christmas. Can I just tear this? Hi, Allie Kay. Hi, Carolyn. Welcome in, Carolyn. Allie, I wanted it to be Rick Ashley. Now, who's that? What are you talking about, Legia? We had to read Meri. Thank you, Jacqueline. Jacqueline, oh look, she sent me some washi. Bless her heart. Oh look. It says, thank you. This one says, Meri, 25 cents. Oh, you know what? This was from a sale. This wasn't from Tammy. This was from a sale. Who had that sale? Rebecca, I think. Did she sell with Rebecca? I think she sold with Rebecca. Oh, and I've been wanting some washi. She sent me some washi. I bought some washi from her. I think she sold with Rebecca. I completely forgot this. I bought from Rebecca Wills a couple weeks ago. And boy, did I buy from her. She has such neat stuff. She was on again this week, but I just had to say, no, can't do it. But look, I got some washi. Yay, thank you, Donna. I wouldn't have known if she didn't put these are some little metal bezels. Let me take the price tag off. I'll leave the Meri on there. Oops, I closed up my trash bag with what I'm going to work on later. I got some, these are stamps, wishing you a very happy birthday. And I don't know what, let's see, maybe it shows over here. No, it doesn't. This says, wish big, and this is a banner, and I'm not sure what these two are. They're little stamps by Ready, Set, Stamp. Ready, Set, Stamp? Those are cool. I don't have enough stamps. These are some, and you know what? I bought some of these, I think. No, not quite like these. I was at the dollar store, and I got some vintage tags, but they're not these, so good. These are the little metal bezels. Stickers. More, these are puffy stickers. There's another set of puffy stickers. These are just like paper stickers. And this could go in the July journal. I might keep it out because it's a very summery sticker with a bicycle on it, and I think it's the right size. So I'm going to keep that out. Well, thank you, Donna. I thought it was Happy Mail. It was an auction haul. She didn't sell. I didn't catch her. I didn't get a whole lot from her. I caught Rebecca, and I don't know if I caught Donna before or after, but... All right. This is an auction haul. Hello. This is what you've been waiting for. Let's see if I can't put this. I hate that glare. Let's open this. And I will need the scissors. And we will just cut it right on the back here. I don't want to show her address. Now this is from a couple weeks ago. This, Jacqueline has kindly agreed to invoice me at the end of July because I don't get paid until the middle of the month. And I can still shop, and then I'll pay the invoice at the end of July when my check comes in. When my ship comes in. Hello. I am what you've been waiting for. Oh, I'm glad I did. I cut it on both ends. Well, that's okay. We'll make a journal cover or something out of that. Let's see what's in this pile of yummy. And you know what? I cut that with my fabric scissors. I'm going to put those over on the other side so I don't grab onto those. All right, where is the opening on this? Where the seal is? Is that a hint? Is that a hint? Look for the seal, Meri. Oh, look at this already. Oh, look at this paper. Probably kind of hard to see it with the glare, but hold it a minute. Yeah, I think Jacqueline, you're going to sell again next week. Jacqueline, if you have a link to your sales, if you have a general link, are you selling next week? I think you are. We were busy this afternoon. I just got in, and I was late, but I got some neat things today. Oh! I can't wait to see what's in here. I'm still opening. I'm still opening the package here. Let's just dump it out. All right. I got a little freebie gift. A strawberry. She was passing out strawberries. I could put that in my July journal too. That'll go in July. I got a ruffle here. And this is a sunshiny one, so this will go in my sunshine journal. And I was at Dollar Tree, and I found a towel, and it says, "Shine on!" So I bought it. I don't know if a terry towel, that might have to be a fat journal with everything I'm accumulating for my sunshine journal, which is going to be in August. And I think what I'm going to do, like I'm doing a July journal, I think I used to do what I call jam journals, journal a month, and I called them jam journals. I think I'm going to start that up again, like July, and then August will be my sunshine journal. September, I'm not sure, probably do a fall or something. I want to work one into a garden journal. I'm still working on that little seed book, but I want to I got a seed kit, from Jacqueline, from one of her sales, and it had two smaller journals, and I made the smaller one in the stream and had a giveaway, and Karen Kay won it, and I sent it off to her, but I never finished mine, and I think I got to get out to the garden, take some pictures before everything burns up. This is a dyed envelope. I guess I only got one. And this is a stitched envelope. Very cool. It's got a sunshine on it. That'll go for the sunshine. And oh, look at this one. It's so cute. It's so cute. Very nice. Very nice. A whole bunch of little tickets. Yeah, all colors, beautiful colors. Coffee dyed, I think, or is that yellow? Yellow, I think, and blue. Yellow and blues, and she was selling beautiful blue paper in the stream, in the sale tonight. Blues and yellows. Went to town on her yellow paper. And I said the rest, but less than 10. I just didn't want to buy 50 of what was left. So 10 was the limit. And she said, "Did I understand that right, Meri?" "Yep, that's what I meant. I want the rest of them, but only if it's less than 10. Well, I'd take what was less than 10. I just didn't want 25 of them more. I already got, what, 5? 4 or 5. I can't remember. But I'm sure Jacqueline has it written down. Look at these. Aren't these cool? Now, Colleen had a good idea. CK Art. She said these little tags are nice to put on larger tags. I thought, how cool. How cool. I'm going to put them in this dyed envelope and spread them out a little. Can I do that? Can I? have an envelope of tags. Or is it sealed? Make a kind of like a little folder so they don't get all scattered around. Whoops, one more. There. Fabrics. Look. Oh, you know what? And she was selling some more of this, little Daisy. You know what, Jacqueline? Are you out there? Are you out there, Jacqueline? You were selling the last 3 pieces of this, and I think CK got the last one, and she gifted it to me. I already have 2, 3, 4. Would you, Jacqueline, are you out there? Would you, that yellow fabric that CK gifted to me, would you give that back to her? Because she gifted it to me, but I forgot that I bought this, and I've got plenty. So would you just make a note that Meri said she got some previously, that she forgot about it, and gift it back to her? Colleen, have you hers? You are right. I can switch it back to her. Yes, please do that. Because, you know, she's so sweet to gift it to me. And that was so nice, but I forgot that you had sold some before. Now, if I would have opened this morning, like I planned to, and oh, by the way, you guys, I am changing the hours of my early morning streams, at least for the rest of the summer, because last week just about killed, or this week, earlier this week, I'll tell you, it just wore me out. I mowed all the lawn, and you know, it rained well, I think I finished Wednesday morning, but it rained Wednesday night, and it rained on Thursday, and it's cloudy today. I'm going, if I mow the lawn, we'll get rain. And it had rained several times, and every time I was thinking I was going to go mow the lawn, it rained. So the grass got taller, and it was wet, and my mower would go up and down a couple times, and then it'd hit a clump, and that wet grass is doesn't even have to be wet. It can be tall. The grass was tall because it grew so fast, and the mower would turn off. You know, it would clog up the blades and turn off the motor, and I'd have to try to restart it. I flooded it a couple times. I had to go get my brother to start it, and of course, by the time I got in the house, went to the bathroom and got him out there, it was no longer flooded, and he pulled it and started it right away. Like, what's so hard about that? But the whole thing, this is really pretty. These are butterflies. Oh, this is beautiful. Look at that beautiful yellow color. Oh, I love it. Butterflies, and I think there are some bumblebees on there. Bees and butterflies. Oh, I'm glad I got 3 pieces of it. I'm glad. This will go for the sunshine journal. I'm going to have to go through all my Jacqueline bags and pick out the sunshine. And now today was pretty cool, but I was inside today. I had things to do. But next week's going to be very hot again, I think. And this is beautiful. Beautiful dyed fabric. This will be beautiful for that sunshine journal. I might have to make 4 of them. And here's some, this is cotton, but it's got kind of a damask flourish on there, little diamonds, and that's a beautiful pinkish color, reddish pink. I don't know if you call this red or pink. I'm calling it pink. Oh, it's look at the back of it. Ooh, I love the color on the back. Oh, that's beautiful. That will not go in the sunshine journal. Hi, MK. MK's Artful Journey. Welcome in. It's good to see you. Welcome in. You're new to me here. It's this is an art stream, and yeah, it looks like you're into art because you say artful journey. I love that. So welcome in. Glad you stopped by and can join us. And I am going through an auction haul. You tried to make pastels. Well, you know, this was pretty. If you were shooting for a pastel, you did a good job on this. Now, I will say that this is much darker than what you're seeing on my, if I'm seeing what you're seeing on my tablet, it is a lot lighter than it is in real life. This is a deep, I'm not even going to call it pink, I'm going to call it rose. Mary Kay, you're old? I'm old, just a new do. Have you been in here before, Mary Kay? Welcome back. Welcome in if you have. Well, Jacqueline, you did a great job on this. I will say that, now the green, I think the green I think this might be a green or a light blue. I think it's kind of like a sage green. I think the color is pretty true as what I'm seeing on my tablet, but this is much darker than what I see on my tablet. Hi, Lala. Did I miss saying hello to you and Joyce? Welcome in, ladies. Joyce says, I use a nail. What do you use a nail for? Angie, how big of a hole? Angie says, I have a question. I don't have a drill, so how can I put some holes in some wood, like the disc that Dee Dee uses? You might try, yeah, a nail would be good, or maybe if you have an awl. Even depending on how thick the wood is, I don't know how thick the wood is, but sometimes that wood is pretty thin. You can even use a crocodile. If you have a larger crocodile, those will go through a lot. You might try a crocodile, especially on the larger hole, and see if get one that you don't mind messing up if it doesn't work. I think a crocodile might work, especially if you have the model that's not the handheld, but the table type. That might work on those thin wooden discs. Teresa says a hammer and a nail. So there you go. If Becky were here, she would tell you definitively what to use. Lala says, Mary Kay, I think that the name change confuses people. Mary Kay, what was your name before? You're old, just a new do. Long time no see. Hammer and nail. Back to the balcony, Lala says. Thanks for coming in and saying hello, Lala. Go claim your seat in the balcony. We'll let you rest up there. I don't know if a glue gun would burn through. Not a glue gun, the crocodile. The crocodile, the punch. Not a glue gun. Did I say glue gun? I meant the crocodile punch thing. Mary Kay's, oh, your journey, your channel before, your name before was Mary Kay's Artful Journey, and now it's MK's Artful Journey. I got it. All right, Teresa, go grab that last seat in the balcony. We might have to open another section up for anyone else. Oh, I didn't say that? Okay. Joyce, I want to remind you that we're having a Fibdiggity Creators and anybody else who's in the Fibdiggity Creators. And while I'm talking about it's a membership, and I want to thank you guys who have joined the membership areas. And if you're watching the replay, I truly want to tell you guys how grateful I am to those of you who have joined in both rooms. I want to do more. You may be seeing more since I'm cutting down on my morning hours. I might have a little bit more energy to get more done. So you might see a little bit more out there in room 1. I haven't done too much in room 1, and I really want to. I'm planning some things for that. I have some ideas of things to do. So Angie says, Meri, it's okay. I have that tool. You might try it. Try it, Angie, on one you don't mind. If there's one that has a flaw in it, or is you know, one that you can keep for a trial one, to try different. Save you one of those discs for a trial one, and save it back and to try different things with it that you want to try. People confuse me with the cosmetics Mary Kay. Well, you know, I liked her, the cosmetic Mary. I'm going to turn that fan toward me. It's getting hot in here. That cosmetic Meri Kay seemed like a really nice person. She probably isn't selling cosmetics. Is she still around, though? Is she still alive? I used to follow her a lot when I was younger. Look at this, beautiful. I don't know. If you were doing pastels here, Jacqueline, you did a beautiful job. This is kind of a now, you're not seeing the full color on the reds and the pinks. The purples are pretty true to color, but this is much the pinkish color, or the purple. I don't know if she was going for purple or I'm going to call it rose. It's very pretty, and it's much darker than what you see. It's much darker than what I see on my tablet. She passed away. Oh, I remember I did when I was at the university many years ago. I did we had to take a English literature, well, not literature, but it was an English class, and I did a paper on women biographies, and she was one of them. And I think she did a biography or an autobiography. I can't remember if it was written about her or if she wrote it, but I read a book about her, and I really like her. I like her thought process. This is very beautiful. Jacqueline, if you were shooting for pastels, I have to say you did a beautiful job of all this fabric. Oh, yummy fabric. Look at this. Lavender purple color. Beautiful on the back. And now I think the purple on the back, I think it's a little bit darker. You're seeing it a little more blue than it actually is. It's more of a purple lavender color. It's really pretty. You know, I would probably want to, you know, do a fold over like that so I could see both. I'll have to think what I want to use all these different colors for. I know what I want to use the yellows for. And beautiful papers. These are, I think these are just sprocketed papers. I call these sprockets. Beautiful. Beautiful work. And these are mail tag voicemail logs. And we're getting into the yellows and the creams. Beautiful, beautiful papers. Look at all this yumminess. Look at it. What's that? Look. I think this was part of a stitch book. A wave cable or ribbon stitch. That will definitely have to go in my sunshine journal. I think I only got a couple of those pages. Beautiful. You know, when I still lived in Wisconsin, I had a book, a needlework book that showed all the different stitches, and I was doing, it was quite thick. I was doing stained glass art. I wish I would have brought that back to Nebraska with me. Oh, look at these colors. They're to die for. Beautiful pages. You do such an excellent job, Jacqueline. I just love her dyed papers. They're worth every penny that you pay for them. This is the stitch pages again. They're worth it. Yummy yellows. And I got enough in one package that I bought from her to two journals, 2 or 3 journals. But I'll have to dig through all the pages. Oh, and she gave me this. I think Was this a freebie? No, I think it was a music page. She gave me the cover. Thank you. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. It says, Outstanding Song Hits. Love on Toast. Beautiful colors. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And now we're down to a gift from Lisbeth. Oh, I missed that. Oh, thank you, Lisbeth. She's probably not in here. Let me put all this together. And let me put this. And we'll come back to these smaller. Let me put this in here so I don't lose. Of course, I opened it. No, I didn't open this one from both ends. Yeah, I did. No, I didn't. Or did I? No, I only opened it on the sealed side. It was the outside envelope that I opened on both sides. Oops. How did she get this in here? Yumminess! I'll never get it back like she had it. I'm going to have to go through all my Jacqueline. I think, Jacqueline, some of your pages I've mixed up with Debbie Epps dyed papers, but I don't think the yellow ones. I think yours are the sunshine ones. I'm going to have to go through and pull all my sunshine stuff before August gets here. Let me straighten the bottom picture out of here. Okay. And we have One Day at a Time, little gifty. These look like little cardboard. Are they stickers or just cardboard? One day at a time. That's all I'm asking. Better not sing that song. I might violate copyright. All right, come on. One day at a time, and find the, see the, be the, oh, find the, see the, and be the. You are loved. Awesome. Make today awesome. Oh, I like that. Cheers me up. You are awesome. The future is bright. Oh, look at these florals. Stay true to you. And Jesus shine. Jesus shine? What does that say? H-E, is that Jesus? Jesus shine, I think. I see Jesus in there. J-E, no. What does that say? Sunshine. Oh, the. Is that the sunshine? The sunshine? I see Jesus. I saw Jesus in there. Hey, sunshine. Oh, hey, sunshine. Okay. I prefer my vision. And this was a gift from Lisbeth K. And I don't know how to thank her, except for watch for her in one of the sales. Let's open it up and look. Ooh, look at that yumminess. Look at that. Ooh, that's cool. Where do I open it? Here? No. Over here. A free gift. Thank you, Lisbeth K. I don't know how to thank her. I don't know how to contact her. I'll watch for her in the sales. Hey, sunshine. Hey. Hey, hey, hey. Thank you, MK. No, Mary, I don't have it. Oh. You don't have it. Well, it was a thought. Go back to the hammer and nail. Look at this beautiful paper. Oh, thank you so much, Lisbeth. And scan me from Lisbeth K. I haven't figured out how to do those scans yet. Does that take you to your website, your Etsy shop, your website? The little scan me, and here's some ruffle. I'm not a ruffle person, but when it's a freebie, how can you say no? How can you say no to this beautiful? She does an excellent job. I think I never got into ruffles because I could never make them as nice and neat as this. Mine were all crunched up, and then I'd pull the thread and it would go into a flower. Thank you so much, Jacqueline and Lisbeth, for the free gift. I've been blessed. I have been blessed beyond words. Let's put it back in here. And we'll put the ruffle in there. I'm going to turn it just a little. An L for Lisbeth. Alrighty. So Jacqueline, I am looking forward to the end of July to get all the yumminess that you're going to send my way. I will try to make the sale next week. I will be there. I might be late, but I will be there. And I'm going to put these bits and bobs back in here. Let's see. I think I'll put them down toward the end. And, yeah. A couple pegs popped out there. I think I got everything. Let's put the palette knife back in the... So that was fun. That was fun. Thank you so much, Jacqueline. Can I? Yeah. So, I'm going to put it back in the envelope here. So, I'll have it. Did I open it? I didn't open it all the way. Well, now I will. I might have to glue one in shut, but I'll probably make a book cover or something out of the envelope, the plastic one. Hello? Are you waiting for this? I love the sunflower. I might put that, this hello, in my sunshine journal, right at the front. Okay, so that's the end of the Happy Mail. I want to show you some books that I got. I didn't show all my book haul. This is for the what do I call it? Sticker doodles? Sticker doodles? I was getting ready for my Fibdiggity stream. This book is an Oxford book of letters. And I think it was published over in the UK. It's not out of copyright. I think the copyright date is in the 90s. Published by Oxford Press in 1995. And they got a list of letters that have been accumulated. And I read the first two. The second one I'm not going to read because it's very it's kind of, what do I want to say? YouTube might demonetize me, let's put it that way. But the first one is kind of interesting. Now, I haven't read the introduction yet, but this was a letter. It's called Lady Lyle, and it's a letter from, and I'm not going to read the whole letter. It's a letter from Sir Anthony Windsor to Lady, and I'm calling it Lyle. It's Lisle. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. And it was written on the 26th of March in 1535. And they've got a note here. It says Windsor, W-I-N-D-O, Windsor, W-I-N-D-S-O-R, owned estates bordering on those for which Lord Lisle, L-I-S-L-E, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, was responsible to the king, King Henry VIII. He is hoping Lady Lyle will pass this news on, Windsor hopes that Lady Lyle will pass this news on to her husband in a conciliatory manner as possible. So he goes into this, I'm going to summarize it. One of his, well, it says, after my most hearty manner, my duty remembered, I recommend, I like how they talk, I recommend me unto your ladyship. So he's recommending himself unto her ladyship. Pleaseth you to understand that now of late, Peter Norton, a very young man, one of Mr. Richard Norton's sons, came to my house at East Meon, M-E-O-N, a Sunday, as was Sennight, S-E-N-N-I-G-H-T. I'm not sure what time of the year or day or whatever that is. And so desired a servant of mine to go with him to Hambleton. The which servant came in to me and desired me that he might so do, and so to go home to his wife, and so I gave him leave. So this son of Windsor wanted one of the servants to go with him to Hambleton. But what happened was I think they shot a deer or something on Lady Lyle's, on the property that she was responsible for. And Sir Anthony Windsor was saying how he didn't have any knowledge of it, and so he was begging her to make amends with her husband, kind of brush the situation over. And it never says whether she did that or not. I'm not going to read the whole letter, but that's what that's about. Now, I read the second one, and I don't think I can read it online. It's kind of gross. It's kind of foul languaged. But this is very interesting. Those are the only two that I've read out of here. But I think they're all English or UK over in Europe. So, and this one here, I marked this one with my bookmark. I wanted to share this one with you. I didn't read it, but the pictures, because this book does not have pictures, but there's art in letters. And I've always been fascinated, like servicemen during the wars would write home, and they put little art letters in there, and you can find this stuff online. I did a whole study of art in letters, and I'm going to do that again. Art in letters. And this one was written by Randolph Caldecott. He was a watercolor painter and illustrator, especially of children's books. And it's written to William Blank. It doesn't give a name there. March 20th of 1873. And there's a picture here, and it looks like a group of people around a sign. And it says, "My dear Will, I never saw the university boat race before, and I'm nearly never saw it again, as you shall hear." So it looks like something's going on at the boat race there. It must be a sign. And I don't feel like I should read the whole letter because the book is not out of copyright. But what attracted me to this letter was the little sketches that he put in there. And so it's going to be interesting to know why he nearly never saw it again, as you shall hear. Something must have happened. But I love when they put little sketches in letters. He was a watercolor artist, so, and I don't think there's any more interesting stuff. There's some notes. What's this? Oh, that's Catherine Mansfield, 1888 to 1923, to Princess Bibesco in 1921. Murray was having an affair with the princess. I won't go any further. You can make up the rest of the story. So I love reading these old letters. I have a book of letters, and it's probably up in Wisconsin. The communications between John Quincy Adams, and his wife, our second president, and his wife. They wrote letters to each other. This goes in my writing journal. I think I'll keep it out. I don't want to lose it. So I was going to share that with you because I didn't share it. And then I got this. Have any of you ever heard of auction bridge? I don't play bridge, but this is a book of 10 lessons of how to play, studio lessons of how to play auction bridge. And it gives all sorts of instructions and everything. I thought I would look up on the internet. Let's do that now and see what auction bridge is all about. What attracted me to this was the box. I thought that would make a very, very nice art journal cover. And I probably will. Let's go see what auction bridge is all about. I like to look stuff up. Yeah. Give me a new tab. Jump back in, show all here, up here. Auction, let's just put in auction bridge. Have you ever participated in an auction bridge game? And I can read this because this is all AI overview, and anything done by AI is in the public domain. So, auction bridge is an older form of the card game bridge, where the players bid to determine the trump suit, and the declarer and tricks one beyond the contract are scored toward the game. This contrasts with the contract bridge, where only tricks bid for are second below the line toward the game or slam bonuses. I have no idea what bridge is about. I've never played bridge. Players bid competitively to determine the trump suit and the number of tricks they will try to win. Unlike contract bridge, in auction bridge, any tricks won over the contract are scored towards the game, regardless of whether they were bid for or not. There's no concept of vulnerability in auction bridge, which affects the scoring in contract bridge. The scoring system in auction bridge is different from contract bridge, with overtricks contributing to the game score. It evolved from earlier forms of bridge, such as bridge whist, W-H-I-S-T. It was eventually superseded by contract bridge, which introduced significant changes to the scoring system. So this is an early version of bridge, and I'm going to have to learn more about bridge. I don't play bridge. So that I got it for the cover because I thought it was a pretty neat cover. And I'll probably get in here and look at some of this. Maybe I can learn. It's, whoops, I tore it. I think he starts at the beginning. Directions and suggestions for use of the course. How to use it, four may learn together, blah, blah, blah. So I'll keep that around for a while before I start cutting into it. Now this, I showed you the Lewis and Clark Museum in a book. This is the Declaration of Independence. This is totally cool. Ron Craig, and of course this is not out of copyright. Declaration of Independence by Ron Craig. I think I looked him up last time as an author, but it gives a table of contents. And what's so cool about this book, let me adjust my camera a little here because I need to pull my book down. And is that better? Yeah, I guess I'm good. This is so cool because it has things in it. This is the transcription. Oh, there's some pictures. And on here it says the transcription of text on the map of Philadelphia. So this must be a map of Philadelphia. How cool is that? I'll bet it doesn't look like that today. The water might still be there. Very cool. And there's some art books that have Dee Dee and Janet Merle Young do these art books where they have things in there and they give them exercises to do. Have these little interactive elements. I love the interactive elements. And I was initially looking for a book that I could cut up to put in my July art journal, but there's no way I can cut this up. Driven Away by My King. Well, we won't get into that discussion here. Americans are the dirtiest, most contemptible, cowardly dogs. That's what this says. Who said that? Who's accusing us Americans of being dirtiest, most contemptible, cowardly dogs? Most of them were killed quickly on the morning of May 16, 1763. British troops posted to Fort Sandusky, a frontier fort in America's Ohio country, and they were surprised and slaughtered by a war party of Wyandot Indians. They looted the log fort and set it afire. Maybe it was the Indians who called them dirty dogs. The Ottawa leader Pontiac organized an Indian tribes against British forces in the Ohio country, prompting the Crown to tax the colonies to pay for additional troops to secure frontier enclosures. So it looks like they're collecting some taxes. What's this? So this is fun. I love history anyway, and this is how history should have been taught, if you could get it out. But I have to tell you, if there were history textbooks like this, we'd have to buy them because they would be promptly raided. This is a proclamation by the Honorable Sir William Johnson, Bart, and somebody else. by the King, a proclamation, and I can't read all of that. It's too small. Very cool, though. Probably tells about it in the text. I've had this book sitting in here, so I haven't had a chance to peruse it. But it's a very cool book. I don't think I'll go through the whole thing. So I've got some other things I want to... Here's the Cause of Freedom, Virtue, and Posterity. This Common Sense was authored by Benjamin Franklin. And is that him over here? No, that's somebody else. To draft the Declaration of Independence, Congress appointed a committee of 5 delegates: John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, Robert Sherman, and Robert Livingston. Jefferson wrote the most of the final draft. Very cool book. United States of America. What's this? It's a fold out here. Over on this side. Ooh, love that. Let me pull it over. Yeah, there's no way I can tear this book up. But how fun it would be to do something. Look how that flips out there. To do something like this in an art journal. Pick a theme and do little float outs and research your topic. I mean, it doesn't have to be history. It could be any theme. It could be your hometown. And you could go around and take photos of your areas, or maybe your home state, or some part of something you're interested in. You could even do your house and take a picture of something in every room. Take a picture of your favorite outfit. Take a picture of your mother's apron. I don't know. But it would be fun to do an art journal in this style. All right, so that's that. I don't want to dwell all night on it. I want to move on. Now, let's see. I think I'll do the Gluebooking next. And when I was doing all that ripping up those magazines, let me tell you guys, I ripped up 4 or 5 more bags of magazines this week. And I think I saved the ones that I did, they're right here, that we pulled out the other night. And I think these are them. And I'm going to go through, and now I can't use them all. I'm going to go through and pick out some images. That'll be enough. But I have about 4 more bags of magazines to go through. And then I threw away what I didn't rip out. And I'm going to get these off my desk, or I'm going to knock them off. Probably do a craft lunch over there. So what I want to do, I'm going to save out some things, and I'm going to fussy cut some things. Let's get that's my old scissors. What happened to I don't want I can't see. Here, they fell in there. Look at that turtle. So I'm going to, and I don't even, for what I'm going to do, I don't really need to cut stuff like that off. Piecing together the past, but I don't want to save everything either. So I'm going to cut this because I like the piecing together the past. And this is not the type of glue booking where you just reach in a box and pull out. You could, but I don't really do that as a rule. That's going to get tossed. I saved this for the sunflower. I'm going to tear it with my ruler if I can. Now, right now, there's nothing different about what I'm doing here. I hope to show you the uniqueness of the glue book that I have in mind. But it's going to take me a minute to get there because I need images. And yeah, I'm just going to tear off the margins here. And it might take me a few minutes to get this done, but I would encourage you, if you have old magazines laying around, clean them out. I had all these magazines. They all were behind my recliner. And let's see. Let's go for the larger images. Yeah, they were just sitting there. I think I have more upstairs that I need to get out and use up. Use it or lose it. Now, some of these I want, but I don't want to spend the time tonight. Let's get my scissors over here. This is trash over here. So some of these I'm not going to spend the time. I'll spend the time later. But I'll keep full pages like this. So I'm just going to kind of do a quick. I will take the margins. This is cool. We cut a heart in that leaf. I'm sure that's why I saved it. It's kind of cool over here too. But this looks like a snake. There's his eyes. And the eggs. Looks like he's after a bird egg or something. We won't use him. We'll use the beautiful leaf. Now with these full pages, look at this. Isn't that cool? We'll take the, probably wouldn't need to, but, and we'll save that one. Look at this owl and the bee. I think these I already cut. So we'll just put them in there. These I did the other night, Finding Your Story. There's a witch and a plant and these spots that I like so well. An eagle, barrels, birds. I probably have enough here, but we'll just pull these out. At least these. The butterfly on a flower goes like that. I think this is a milkweed pod and a raven. The ravens return to Nebraska. Observe and admire. So I think this is another milkweed pod. And they call them butterfly weeds, but I think they're milkweed pods. They are blooming. They are blooming. So I'm going to have plenty of images to use here, which is a good thing. Utter disregard for peril. There's Nebraska cowboys. And by the way, this was a picture of real cowboys. Did the old, in the 1800s, did the cattle drives. My grandpa was a cowboy like that. A poor cowboy. We grew up knowing our grandpa was a cowboy. That meant something to us as kids. Here's a covered wagon. That's Chimney Rock. You see, I'm into Nebraska here. Another cowboy. A windmill. So I've got plenty. I'm just gonna go through till I get to the end of these that we did the other night. And then I'll stop. There's a deer. There's plenty of wildlife. Those Nebraska Land magazines were full of wildlife. And I found some more when I was... Now, these are more decorator-type magazines. I think I'll save these. This is How Bad Is It? These I want a fussy cut, so I'm going to save them off. Minds of Their Own, National Geographic. Some National Geographic images. Since I saved them, I'm going to put them here, but I may not use all of this. This is a cool image. I'll save those. I think I have enough. If I don't, I'll come back. Ooh, let's save this one out. And this one. Let's just... Ooh, we have to have that. Now, Kitty Jen, I don't know if she's here tonight. If she is, Kitty Jen, I found some kitties. I thought of you. I didn't save any when I was cutting these the other night. She said, you threw all the kitties away. Now, see, here's what I was doing this weekend. I had a whole bag of Smithsonian, not this weekend. When was I did this? Tuesday morning? Must have been Tuesday morning. Or Friday, last Friday night, Sunday night. I don't remember when I did these. But when I take apart magazines, and I found a whole bag of Smithsonian magazines. I got them at the library. And what I do, and these were stapled, I break off the cover first, and then I go through and break out the sections. And then I'll go through and pick out what I want and don't want. So I'm going to put these back in the bag with these that I kind of held back. And let me throw the trash away. And I'll show you my concept of how I'm going to glue book these. Which is a new approach for me. I don't know if anybody's ever done it this way. I haven't seen it done, but it wouldn't surprise me if it's already been done out there. Sometimes great minds think alike. Let me put these in the bag, and I'm gonna have to clear off the space behind my chair, or I'm going to there. I'm gonna have trouble. Now, here's my thought. Let me reach for it. I have all this packing paper I've been saving. Now this, I think, came in Rebecca's and this still has the glue down the center. I'm not going to use that because I want to make pages out of that. But, and that's what this is too. So, I'm not going to use those because I'm going to use this one that I called it a collage. And you can see I'm not going to do a great big... never use all those images on here. But these I thought about. Like I was collaging dolls and things and napkins. Well, I'm going to turn this over. I'm going to turn it over. And I'm just going to start gluing some of these images as they are in here. Because you see these images, some of these images you don't know what to do with. So this won't take a whole lot of time. Let me throw all this trash away. I'm going to put that. So, and then when I get all done and after it's dried, I'll have to let it dry. Let me clear some of this stuff out. Oh, I'll just put these up above. I saved the tags, and I saved some stuff I want to put in my writing journal. I don't want to get that stuff messed up here. Let me put it up above. Alright, and my rulers. And there's my little scissors. Alright, let me throw this away. And when I get all done with this, and after it's all dry, I expect to do several, not tonight, but several pages like this. And all these magazines are going to go on images are going to go on pages and pages of packing paper. Now, I don't have hordes of packing paper, but I'm going to use what I have, but I do have brown paper on a roll. I think that Suzanne Hale sent me a long time ago, and I think she sent me a green roll of paper too. And then when I'm all done with all my images, what I'm going to do is, now this is, I'm going to cut it and make journal pages out of it. Now I haven't decided if I want to make big journal pages, but look, if you do front and back, you're making a journal out of your, let's say this is all one sheet here, front and back. Well, I mean, this is doubled up, but just say this was a single sheet. And look, you almost have a journal right there. And so that's kind of my take on what I'm going to be doing with Gluebooking, using up all these images, because I think I healed this in here. So I want to, let's just kind of fold this over, and I've got all these, let's put my scissors away, and I'll have to get out the glue, and I'm only going to do this one strip of paper. I'll never use all these images. Let's pull them out, and I'm going to use it. I might tear some, but most of them I'm just going to put in like they are. And like this beautiful sunflower. And then I may come back in and put something over it. You know, collage something over it just out of interest. But here's the thing. I am a thinker. And really, most people, when they do Gluebooking, they say don't think about it, just grab an image and slam it in there. I can't do that. I have to say, now there's a sunflower. What do I have that I want to put on there? Maybe one of those, not the big bird. I'm going to use the big bird tonight. Let's see, I'll use that one tonight. Maybe I could put these kids, cut those kids out and put them with the sunflower. Let's just choose some images here. Some images that I want to use. These are all the National Geographic. I'll come back to those later. They're kind of dark. Ooh, I'm going to use this and Minds of Their Own. I love that. Wish You Were Here. Some journal spots. Now I could put those girls on the sunflower and put the Wish You Were Here with it. It's kind of building a world. Like Dee Dee does with her posters. She builds a world. Well, that's kind of what I'm going to be doing. Only she does posters and she does more collage. This is collage, but it's more glue book collage. I mean it more as Gluebooking than you know, getting in there and painting and altering. And I might save this deer. Maybe the little squirrel. I'm just going to pick out some images here to start with. This is pretty. Now, I have more right there than I'll probably use. And we can put that on the sunflower too. Chimney rock, the covered wagons, there's some butterfly. Saw a butterfly, I guess it's here. It's a bee on a flower. I like that. Here's the butterflies. Several of them. This owl is awesome. The cowboys. So out of those ones I pulled out, I'm keeping those out, and I probably won't even use all of those. Observe and admire. I could put that with the owl. Here's the raven, the return of the raven. Here's a butterfly on a flower. Here's an old car. This was about Nebraska license plates. I might have a couple of those in real life. Let's see, barrels, a bird, prairie chicken, I think. A weird flower. A witch. A cowgirl. I'll put her with a cowboy. And here's an insect. Here's another owl. Since I've already got one owl, I'm going to keep that one out. I got to have that one. And maybe that one. And I'm going to put these back in the sack. I'll use them another time. And then I'll figure out what I want to put on here. And then I'll put the rest in the sack. Let me put these behind me. But I figured this is a good way to use up. I'm going to have to hop, skip, and jump out of this room when I get done tonight. Let me put these in that sack. I've got empty boxes stacked up there that I need to put this stuff in. Alright. So, let's start with this again. I like that. I got the bee. I like the old. Now, I like to tell a story with my stuff, or at least in my head I'm telling a story, like observe and admire. I like the bee, maybe. I don't know if I can fussy cut him out though, but I might put him down below if I could cut off a part of that. So I'm going to save that out. Let's start with that. I know there's other cool stuff in here that I like, but let's start with what I pulled. And I might come back and put a journal spot on this at any time. I don't like that there. Let's see. The Return of the Raven, the Raven's Return. I kind of like that there. He's dreaming about the raven. And let's see, I need a journal spot. I might have to go through there and figure out what kind of a journal spot I have. I could put a butterfly in there. I was thinking that I would paint this before I glued stuff down, but I don't want to take the time to do that tonight. The butterfly images are a little, this one fits. Put that right like that. So there's that. Now let's do that owl. Or we could do this one. So when I eventually cut this, I might cut, you know, I might make my journal 8 inches, which would cut off some of this stuff. And I'm not going to worry about what cuts, because a little bit of pajamas may get over here. Now, I was going to put, I thought I'd put this down here and maybe pull that up a little. See, I think about this. I think about the placement. I think about, you know, he's dreaming about a raven and a butterfly maybe. And you could even write a little story on an index card, one of Jacqueline's index cards, and, you know, tell about his dream. That would be, you know, it's journaling, it's glue booking, but it's kind of taking it up a notch when you actually build your art journal and tell the story. Now this one, I'm going to put right here. This has to come down a little. And that has to go, I'm going to trim it off. And then this one, the insect is going to go down in there. And the reason I'm doing that is I like how that tree, the color of that tree kind of flows into, let's see if I can push this up a little. I don't want to lose this. The color of that tree kind of flows into the background of this insect, which I think is a wasp. Now, the other one I was going to use was I guess I didn't pull her out. The girl. Look, we got a We got an owl here. I like that there too because of the color scheme is all grays and neutral. And I like this as a journal spot, which says observe and admire. We'll put that right. I think I'll put it under. Now I need something underneath that. What do I? And then I think I just got a little. Well, I wanted to use the wild things. And let's see. Do I want to go to? Well, I can't. Let's just do. I'm looking for something there, and then I think I'll quit. Let's see. What do I want to put there? I kind of like those flowers. If I push that way up and put these comb flowers. And I won't get them all on there, but I'll get most of them, and it just adds a spot of color. And I like that. Now I want that entire owl on there. So I'll have to be sure that when I glue it down. See, I kind of think about these things even when I do my smaller glue booking, and I have done that. I have several glue books, but they're not out. But I think about it. A lot of people, when they glue book, they grab and paste. I have to think. So that's where I'm going to stop for now. I want to do, we've got maybe 2 feet left. But I'm going to do this right now. And then I'll probably do several pages like this. I may not do them. Let's see, let's measure. When I did this paper, when I first did this paper, I just used however long it was. If I continue on here, I might get a specific length of paper. And so, like desk length. So I won't have to, let's see, let's go from here to here is 18. I could cut this off at 18 and 6 is what? 24. That's exactly 22 feet. So let me do it this way. This is one. This is one. And this is one. And I'm going to put those on separately. I'll put them over here. And I'm going to measure from, let's just fold that under. I don't want to tear it off. I'm going to measure out 24 inches. And we'll just do 24 inches tonight. Now here's something to consider. When I cut this, these mushrooms are upside down. What is on this side? These are right side up. That's interesting. All right. Well, I'll be sure and flip it over when I do that. Remind me. All right. Let me mark 18 inches right here. That's 18. And see, it's going to be a little off up here, but we'll just go from about there to, yeah, that's about right, 18. 18 and 6 is 24, right? So I just need 6 more inches here. And that's all we'll do for tonight. And this will be what Catherine calls slow journaling. This will not be anything that I'm going to complete in one setting or in 1 month. It'll just be ongoing. I have to use up. Let's see. I'm going to kind of guess at this. it may not be straight. I'm going to cut it right here. And when I work on it again, this isn't going to be quite, well, this is about 18 inches here. So I'll add 6 more inches onto this piece. I wonder if I can tear that. Let's see if that'll tear. Even if it tears crooked, it's already glued. Oh yeah, it's going to tear. And we'll see, what am I tearing on the back. We'll check it out after I tear it. And my thought now, since this is, I don't want 12-inch pages. So, you know, I could do it this way too. And this is, let's see how wide this paper is. This paper is 12 inches. I could make it a 6 by 9 journal and do it this way. I'd have to repaint my pages, but I really don't want, well, I could do 6 by 9 this way too, I guess. Well, 9, this is, what did I say? This is 12 inches. I'd have to cut it, how do I want to do that? Let me think. If I fold it this way, it would be 6 inches. And that would work. 9 inches would be, nine is still kind of big for me, but let's see where 9 takes me. Sorry, I'm giving you guys the shaking here. Your world is wobbly. But if I do it this way, the problem I have is my images will be not like I want them. So if I do it this way, it's going to be 12 and I have to cut off 3. I guess I don't mind cutting off 3. I could, on some of these pages, you know what Dee Dee does when she cuts down her art journal magazines? What she cuts off, she uses as collage someplace else. I think I'd rather do it this way, like I started, and cut off 3 inches. And make it 9 by 6, so I'd have 12 inches. This way should be about 12. Let's fold it on the. Let's see how accurate this is. I guess I'm going to have to tear that anyway. Let's tear it. It's in my way. Scrap. Let's see. Let's just fold it. And I'm going to fold it this way just so that I can mark on it because I'm going to glue over it anyway. And this is giving me a issue there. And let's see how close to 12 I got. Pretty close. It looks like a 12. Folded crooked. Now, what's determining this is the size of paper. Because oh, I keep getting my phone cord in the way. Sorry, guys. I'm giving you guys a shaking again. Your world is shaking. I need to put that cord behind the post there. Maybe that'll. It's not going to stay, but let me get some tape. let me take that cord away. I want to put this in my July journal. I saved out some little things to put in my July journal. Hold on. I'm going to tape that cord to the pole so I don't shake your world up again. What time is it? 9:12. I still have time. I want to work in my July journal tonight. I might go a little later than 10 tonight because I haven't been streaming. I can't stream tomorrow because I have to go to town tomorrow. Let's see, I already folded it there, so let's see how close I am to 10 inches here, or 12 inches. Oh, I can fold it over just a little bit more, like I wanted to. I think I'm just under 12, but that's okay too. I can make that up if I need to. Nope, it's right at 12. So I'm good with that. Now I could leave it at 12 and I could tear these sheets in 12, but I like the idea of arranging those papers out at least 2 feet. And letting them, now what I want to do though is measure 3 inches up. And see, I could use this as a pocket, or I could cut it off and use it on my collage someplace else, use it as scrap someplace else. I could put it in my scrap box, and I think I'm going to buy a tote for my scrap box and use the little piece that I'm using for my scraps to put my fussy cuts in. So I want to cut off 3 inches here, so let's measure. Let's see, what side do I want to cut off? This side, I guess. Might get a little bit of her. Whatever. So let's mark 3 inches from one thing about this paper this way and not the big squares is I have a set dimension. I have a set dimension. I don't, when I trim it, I have to measure this way. I mean, when I have it spread out, I have to measure 2 feet out, but the width of the paper is 12 inches, which makes it nice. But I don't want 12, I want 9, so I'm going to cut off 3. Or tear off 3. And this is kind of glue booking, but making my glue book before it's really a glue book journal, and I'm journaling what I glue book on this packing paper. I've never really done that before. When I glue booked, I would glue book in a pre-made journal or a composition book, something like that. And the reason I like doing this is I can put those full pages on there without having to worry about trimming them. Oops, so my ruler got a little off here. Let me get back on track. And we'll just do, I don't know if I want to do the back. I do want to do the back of that one, but we'll see what I get done here. I might go a little later tonight. Alright, I'm going to tear it off rather than make a pocket. But a pocket, you could make a pocket. You could make, let's see, I plan on cutting this but after I get my images on there. This is 9 inches, 6 inches this way. So, however it lands in there will be however I glue that in. And I could do Copic style journaling on this and just make each folio a signature and just Copic style each page. And that way, whatever I put on here would be a center, and this image would carry over into this image. But on the other hand, this image would carry over onto this image, which would be on this page, so it might split in there somehow. But that's okay. All right, I'm going to tear this, if it will tear. I tore a little of her hair off, but that's okay. I'll put a flower on top of her, a hat on her head. Give her a hat. All right, I need to tear the rest of this. Now I'm not going to tear these apart until I have my pictures on there. But see, look at this. This itself, you could sell that as a paper collage in itself. Very cool stuff. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to keep it for me. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go back to those images that I saved off and place them back on again. If I can get them all out here. And we might have to adjust my placement a little. We might not need the lower ones. And this is why I thought I would paint it. Because I think I will paint it. Because I'll have a little, or rather than paint, I could just take paper. I could take some of those colorful papers and put down as a border. Let's do that. Let's grab one of these. I got one of those floral ones in here. Did I save one out? Not the one like this. And I don't know if I'll have enough to go clear across, but I'm not wanting any of the brown to show. So if I put this here, I want maybe 1.5 inches. And I'll glue all this down first, and I think the rest will be okay. Now the raven, I might have to adjust him. And remember, this is going to be folded in half. So, see, I think this stuff, but let's start with the border down at the bottom. And I may not need it on everything, but I'm going to put it on everything. So, I said 1.5 inches. I'm going to tear it. 1.5 inches should be enough. And this is just me wanting to use up these magazines and thinking of ways that I can do it. And most of these images you save for journaling and glue booking and stuff. That's why you accumulate all these magazines. Of course, I like to accumulate magazines. I love the Smithsonian magazine. And it was so hard for me to tear up those old Smithsonians. But I just can't keep them around. You know, for one thing, I don't have the space, and my poor brother, I'm crowding him out of his own house. So I have to use it or lose it. And I kind of did half and half. I picked out what I wanted and I threw away the rest. I threw away the rest because, and I was so proud of myself when I went out to the trash can and threw that stuff away. My brother probably thinks, do more, throw away more. Now this one will be just a little bit over. Let's see. No, it's going to be, it's about 1 3/4 on this side, but it's not. Yeah, Well, we'll just move it over and we'll use it what it is. It'll be a little bit bigger, about 1.3 inches. Well, depending. All right, let's see what I have. And I'm going to use this one. I'm going to put this one aside and put it behind me. And what's this? I didn't use that. We'll put it back over here. Did I say that? No, I put them up above. Just put that there. So what I want to do is turn this over. And I want to start putting, I'm just going to glue this down. Now this is glue booking, but see, I really don't want to stop and paint this, but I need something as border here. Let's do this one, it's prettier. As border, and I just need, where's that short one? This one. We'll just double it up. I might tear it when I get there. So I'm going to glue this down. I'm going to use wet glue when I do this because I think wet glue is better for an application for this. So that means I need some wax paper. And I bought a new roll of wax paper at the store the other day. And I haven't been following chat. So if you walked in, hello, hello. I get into these sessions here where I'm focusing on what I'm doing. And look what they do on this Reynolds wrap with this wax paper. They put a cellophane around it. Isn't that cool? I still have to take it out of the box to get the cellophane out, but no problem. And I want about 2 feet. And since I'm going to be glue booking, I think I want to spritz my tabletop. I'll just take these and put them like this. And I spritz my tabletop with water before I put this wax paper down so that, well, that didn't help. So that my wax paper doesn't move. It's not a, it doesn't last all night, but it lasts enough, long enough. And I just, since this is glass, I can do that. Whoops, I didn't mean to spritz that picture. Since most of this is glass, I can get it wet. Laura Vasquez, bless her heart, gifted me this tabletop. Thank you, Laura. Every time I do something like this, I think of Laura. And every time I use stuff that you guys send me, I think of you. Most of the time I mention it. All right, we're just going to put it down and see how that keeps it. And it's not, it's more of a temporary bond. It's not a, it's, you know, it will dry out under there and move around, but it's good enough. Now, I want this back down. If I can get a hold of it, come on. Without spilling everything. And I'm just going to glue book these borders down here. And this is going to be a glue book journal, but I may tell a story. I don't know. It just depends on how the images. I know each page will be a little story. Now, whether that's continuous across. Now, I could go, I love that boy as he's sleeping, and the raven. I love that. And I could almost tell a fib-diggity fairy tale off of that. And I might write a little fairy tale and put in there. A little fib-diggity fairy tale off of just that picture. Now, it'll be a glue book image. The magazine image is not my art. The magazine image I got out of a magazine, so I'm kind of wary Because when I do my fairy tales, I want my own copyright on them. So if I tell a fib-diggity fairy tale off of that page, it really is no, I can't claim everything on the page as my copyright. So I'm kind of dismissing that, just talking through this. Let me get my glue out. But it reminds me of a fairy tale that I can tell. I can use it as inspiration. And I could do a page based off of it. I could do that. And I could put that in my fib-diggity workbook that's sitting over here and needing to be bound. Let's get some glue out here. And I think I filled this and I put a little water in it, so it was thick. Let me get a brush. I washed my brushes out, and most of them are, I've got a worse one than that. This is one I've been using for glue. They really need to be soaked in some Murphy's oil soap, but we'll use that one. Now you don't have to use a brush when you do this. You can use a scraper tool, but I like the brushes. And this glue is kind of thick. I might have to put some more water in it. We'll see. I might just use it like this. I'll get that up to the edge there. And that's the short one. Let's go back to this one I started with. And I got into a discussion. I think she deleted her post. I got into a discussion with one of the ladies about the copyright and how, well, I think her post is still out there. But I was thinking of Dream Screen too, how I was talking about I could put these magazine images down and how that could inspire my story, and how I could do my own art, just inspired by what I'm doing here. And it does inspire me, I have to tell you, because I look at that little boy sleeping and a story pops into my head. And I could use that as inspiration without violating their copyright. And I might do that. But we got into a discussion of AI, and that post may still be out there, I'm not sure. I think the original lady deleted her post. It was more about she had to fix it. And I understood what she was saying, and she made some really good points about how to identify what is AI generated art and how it is art done by a human. And I had pointed out, because she was talking about how sometimes the AI generated art has three heads, and and she was talking about how she had to go in and fix it. And I had pointed out that even humans, when they do their art, sometimes exaggerate and put 3 heads on a human. I made that a little short. Guess it'll still work. And I think that may have offended her. She deleted her post, I think. I tried to find it again. I couldn't find it. Oops. Sometimes you can't really get into discussions with people about things because, if you don't say what they're thinking and don't agree with them, they get offended. But you know what? We all think differently. I'm going to put a little mark underneath of here so I know I don't want to use that pen. Use my pen here so that I know where to end my glue at. Right here. Right in there. Put that back over there. And sometimes, some people, I don't know. I had found her page. I found her video, and I thought it was a really good video, and I shared it on my community tab. And she found what I shared, and she was talking about AI art and how to identify it. And I thought I said some good things about it, but the things I said that I disagreed with, I think might have offended her. I don't know that for sure, but I couldn't find the post again. I think she deleted it, and she deleted mine with it. It just automatically got deleted, I think. And I could be wrong. It may be out there, and I just can't find it. When I looked, I couldn't find it. It might still be there. Now, I think this has to come down almost to the bottom. But anyway, what got me into that conversation was you could do an AI-generated art page and let the AI generate a really cool image for you, and then use that to create your own art, to inspire your own art. And that would not be, unless you directly traced it or something, you know, it would be like going to a museum and looking at a Picasso and then coming home and doing a Picasso type image. And I think I got a little extra there, but I'm going to leave it. I may come in and do something up there eventually. And what I need is another piece of wax paper. Now, I'm not getting all the bubbles and troubles out of that because it's a big page. But maybe I can smish a little of it down. That's the thing about using wet glue. But I don't want to use my expensive Yes paste on something like this. So wet glue will, and I could glue stick it maybe, but even glue stick has a little bit of a dampness to it. I'll just try to get as many bubbles out as I can. The thing of what I should have done here is put a little part of it down at a time, and I'll do that on the others. And you won't get as many bubbles and troubles. It's not too bad. Now you guys are seeing it pretty good. I'm seeing how the light hits it, and I see a bubble right in there. And that you'll see that one if you ever page through it. That helped a little. Gluebooking these larger images, you need to do a section at a time, not the whole darn thing, Mary. Now I want to put that raven on there. Come on, Raven. I want to put him on here. Now, the thing of it is, I've got him facing a different direction now. So that raven, I'm going to put, I think I'm going to fussy cut him. Where'd I put my scissors? I said there they are. Did I bury them? I said, here are my little scissors. And now I can't find them. Probably knocked them off on the floor. I'll use my larger ones. And I'll just, I'm gonna leave a, what they call a cartoon fussy cut, is where you leave the little white or tan or image on the side. They call that a cartoon fussy cut. Because I don't want to sit and fussy cut the whole darn thing. And the feet are going to be an issue, but I think I'll... See, I had his head up over here. And when I put it down here, I put it down wrong. How I originally had it. Was talking. Was chattering away, not paying attention. So we're just going to change the layout. And I might put this word on separately. I like the journal spot. Now this is Friday night, right? So Sunday night, I want to do a list. I found a really neat thing that we can do for a list. I got inspired out of one of these magazines. I'm not going to tell you what it is. I have to remind myself that I want to do that Sunday night. It's too late to do it tonight. But I may go past 10 o'clock tonight. Smooth it with a credit card? Yeah, I don't have one right with me. But usually if I just spread it out, press down on it with a wax paper, that does the job. It's not going to, I'm not going to get any more of it out. I got something under this. Oh, you know what? I've got the, whatever's on the back is going to influence it too. And that's just going to be a part of it. And hi, Allie Kay. Welcome in. And welcome in to anybody else who popped in while I was chattering away here. All right, we got the raven. And let's see, where's a good way to put him now? I think I'll just put him right down in here. Because if I try, yeah, no, I think I'll put him right in here. And then, where's the words? We'll put the words. Put the words right in here, I guess. Oh, you know, if I write a little note, though, I'm going to have to pull all Jennifer's papers and start organizing them because I want one of, not Jennifer's, Jacqueline's, because I'd like to put a little story in there. Not my fairy tale. Not my fairy tale. But I think I'll leave this spot for a journal spot right in there. So 6 inches would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Would be right in there. I might trim a bit of this off here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 would still be right there. Come right through his eye. So I think I'll move this over a little. Over there. Let's see. Where's my ruler? I want to make sure that if I fold this at 6 inches, see if I fold it at 6 inches there, I'd have to move this way over. But I think I will. I'm kind of planning this out, which is really not consistent with traditional glue booking, but it's my fun. It's glue booking Meri's way. I'm going to mark 6 inches here. And I'm going to tear this off, and I'll save that for whatever. I don't know what's on the back of it. And that can be tossed. Let's mark 6 inches from here. And to tell you the truth, I could go mark 6 inches on all of these, and I might. Where did I mark that? I lost my mark. 6 inches. Right in there. And I'm just going to draw a line here. And then after I get it all glued, I'll come back and tear this off. And another thing you could do when you do this type of stuff is rather than tear it, fold it. But see, there's nothing back there that I wouldn't mind tearing that off. So let's do that. Let's throw that away. We're going to save this. So this kind of alters my idea about putting in a journal spot there, because there's really, I could write a word in there or something, but I kind of like it like that. Can't you see that this came out of probably a Nebraska Land magazine? This was an advertisement. I don't know what he was dreaming about. I don't know what this advertisement was. You'd probably see that in magazines if you page through them. All right, so now what I'm going to do, I should have put that brush in the water. I think it'll be okay, though. I'm going to mark this. I'm going to mark every 6 inches. And, you know, since I'm cutting that off, I won't have 12 inches over here. I'll be short. So I might have to add something, and I can do that. I'm going to be short 2 inches. But, see, this is how I'm figuring it out. This is figured out as you go. So on my other page, I might mark the back before well, it's going to be short anyway. But we'll deal with it. When I get to going here, I'll figure out my 6 inches. And I'll mark it before I glue anything down. And that's way crooked. How come? What did I do? 6 inches there. I must not have marked 6 inches up here. Well, a little bit better. Still crooked. I'm gonna move this over a little. Why this? This probably is not 12 inches. 9 inches. It's almost 9. It's 9 there. It's just off a little. So I'll go off of this. And that makes it right to there. So when I glue that down, I'm going to glue it, if I remember. So my next image, and that's perfect. My next image, I'm going to try to make it fit in here, which I think was the owl. But let's go ahead. Well, let's do this. Let's continue on here. Well, I got my ruler in my hand. Let's pull this over. Now see, on these, I might go in and add some images on here because this is just, well, actually there's a bird. This was a napkin, but I might add something in here because that's just tissue paper. So this is 10 inches. I want to mark 6 here. 6 here. And 6 here. And that only leaves me 4.5 inches. So I'll have to add, I'll just bring those magazine pages, and then whatever's on the back here, I'll glue those 2 images together. I know what I mean. And then the next one, I'll make sure that it's, well, I made sure this was 2 feet, but in order for me to get this to fit 6 inches in here, I had to trim it off so that would fit 6 inches. And let's trim, I could take this and put it over there as a part of it. I don't think all of it will fit on there because I'll have to overlap some. But I'm going to tear and here again, in my head, this is wet because I glued down. In my head, this is a good way to use up all those. I'm going to have to cut that. I've got images, fussy cut images, boxes of them, bags of them, and they need to be used. I'd rather tear it, but, I mean, yeah, I'd rather tear it, but on the back here. Now see, there's nothing here that bothers me, but I don't think I could get enough. I can add this onto there, but I still think I need a little extra to make out my 6 inches. We'll deal with that later. And I could use this piece. This would probably fill it out. I don't want to do it on this side. I want to do it on this side. Let's finish what I'm doing here. I don't want to use her. I want to use this. So let's figure out. This is 6 inches here. So my journal is going to be a 9x6 journal. And in my head, each folio is going to be a signature. And I'm going to do it Copic style. So when I put that owl here, when you open up the journal, these two pieces will be facing each other. And I'm going to do that with all these magazine images. Now these won't make as much sense because I use doll images here and napkin, and you know, this was just more of a collage. I was just gluing down extras, and it looks like I need to probably put that down with a glue stick. All right, now what I want to do here is measure out. I want to see if I have enough. Let me cut this off. See if I have enough here to get 6 inches. And let's see. I'll have to make sure that, yeah, I will. And I'll probably have about maybe an inch in. Let me mark it here. Let me mark this. It's going to get covered up anyway. And there's 6 inches. No, 6 inches is way out there. Hold on, I marked that wrong. I marked it. 6 inches is here. Well, if I glue it there. And 6 inches is here, and I'll glue it right down this. And then I want to cut it here. So this is going to become glued, this is be cut, and 6 inches will come out to about there, and I'll have to trim that off. And that's just me because I wanted this image to fit 6 inches. We'll see what happens with the other ones. Let's cut this. This is just me playing with what I have here. Making use of my collage roll. Nothing on the back. Alright, so what I want to do is glue this strip here onto the back like that. So let me grab my paintbrush, which is probably, I should not have left it out. And don't worry about that because it'll get glued on anyway. Let's just glue it in there. And I'll probably have to go in and fix spots of it. I expect that of myself. Put that in the lid. Put the lid out. Now I want this to fit right in there. Right there. And I got a little extra glue there. Now it's on my hand. And I'll have to get a credit card out, LK. That was a good suggestion. I don't generally use those. I generally just glue a bit of a time. And that kind of, you have a chance to work out most of the wrinkles. When you glue a whole page down at once, you get a lot of wrinkling. But that's okay, I forgot. All right, now 6 inches, we want to draw one more line here. Because I goofed. Put my paintbrush like that. So 6 inches from here. Make sure I'm right. Comes right here. Yeah, I got it up there. And right here. So I'm going to do this journal 6 by 9. And I might cut my paper before I collage everything down. Because if I collage everything down on a 12-inch piece, or I might just mark a line and be aware of what I'm putting down in this 3 inches down below that I'm going to cut off. And I'll collage it maybe, but I'll be aware that that will be its own separate little world. And then I'll cut it off and use it as a paper collage roll like this. See, if this was on here, which it was before, only it was like this. But when I collage, I'll mark a line down on my paper so that I know that I'm going to cut there. And then I'll collage this area separately. And then I'll have a little paper collage roll to play with, however. Or I might fold it over and make a pocket. It depends on what I feel like, what works. So this is, I never really planned this out ahead of time. I knew that I was going to collage those magazine images down on the packing paper, but I didn't work out any dimensions. I didn't sit here and figure everything out. I'm doing it now. So now I'm ready to glue book again. And let's go back to my owl. Well, no, we want to put my raven in there. No. He's here. Let's put my raven in. And I said I was going to put him down here, I think. Yeah, he kind of blends in with this dark area. I kind of like that. I kind of like how the shape of his body kind of fits the shape of the boy's shoulder in here. His shoulder kind of comes like that. So I kind of like that. Now, I need my... I don't want any more wax paper. What I want is my glue book. They get caught down in there. Hold on. I want a magazine to glue on. Let's take that one instead. They get wrinkled up in there. And I'll put the ruler back. I'll grab my brush. Got too much glue on it. And always be careful when you're gluing, especially with the glue stick, but with the brush too. When you're gluing these fussy cut images down, because you get too rough, you can tear them. Especially if they're old paper. Old paper tears pretty easy. Now I want this guy right down. We can move him down just a little. Right in there. I think, where's my... I lost my wax paper. Here he is. No, that's not it. Let me grab another piece. Hold on. Oh, I'm reaching. Yeah, I need to get my, I haven't glued book in a long time. I haven't had a use to get out my cards. The credit card would look nice in here too, but see, this is a smaller piece. I'm not gonna, there'll be bubbles maybe under it, but on the bottom piece, but this one's going down good. Pretty good. Now we just want the and I am working on my July journal. I did a page that I want to do slope stitching on. I probably won't get that out tonight. I wanted to do a page. If I do a page, it'll be a simple one. I'm all into doing this. All right, let's go to the owl. So I know I want to do him right in here. And let's see how he fits now that I've altered stuff. Let's get him out. And where did he go? This is, that's not a piece of it. I didn't use the butterfly. I used the inset. Oh, it wasn't the owl, it was this. And that'll still fit on there nice. Now the inset, I could fussy cut him too. Or I could pull this, my brush out of the way, I could pull this leaf up to the top and over right in there. And he fits almost exact. Let me get my, let's pull that guy out and put this back. He almost fits exact. My line is here. So I'll probably make maybe 1/4 of an inch there. My line, get my pen. Got too many things in my lap. Let's see. We're going to just kind of eyeball this. I don't want to mark it. Well, I'm just going to put a little mark here and a little mark up here. And then I want to go 6 inches over from those marks. It's not the inch side. Where's the inches? And it'll be approximate. It won't be. Where did I put that mark? Right there. I need to move my pen there. See, it's just, I might just leave, well, how come? How come? I must not have measured right. 6 inches brings there. So, I think I want to pull this over a little bit more, so I'm going to trim some of that off. I think I'll leave this, now if I'm looking at it, I'm going to leave this to this mark here. We'll line it right up, I'll trim that off. And then here is where I'll cut it here. And I'll figure it out up there. It is centimeters. I don't like those things. They do my head. It is an inch. So I'm going to, well, I don't want an inch. I think I want 3/4 of an inch off of this. And my head is, I'm really journaling more than glue booking, but it's kind of a glue book concept, and then I'm using images that I cut out of a magazine. But I like to think about what I'm doing. I know people are always saying, oh, I don't want to overthink it, I don't want to overthink. And I mean, you have a mind for a reason, you know. And they got this idea that if they think about something, that that it's not going to turn out nice. Now I think because this piece was shorter, and I want this to be a double spread, because I'm going to Coptic stitch it, so this, when you open it up, you'll see both sides. So I want this page to come even with this page, and I want it to come over this way, and I think I'm going to start with a half inch. So, and this is an inch, so I think I'm going to cut a half inch off of here, and I'm going to mark it on the back. It's all black. Centimeters. A half inch, and I'm actually going to cut it off a half inch and cut off a half inch over here, and I'll probably tear it. So I want it to go over a half inch, approximately, and I still have room for his head to show. Now the 6-inch mark, when I fold it, will be, a little of this will be on this side, but I want them to kind of overlap. And I want this to come up. So I want it to go right in there. And I think I'll start gluing it down here. Now the next page, I may not have this border. It depends on my image. So let's go ahead and where's my... try to get in the habit of putting it in the same spot. Now I don't know if I'll put that insect on there now. We'll see. And I'm just going to do a little of this at a time and see if that will help my wrinkles. My wrinkling. And I'll stop here after I get this page done and come out and look at chat. Alright, I want this to, and I think that'll be fine. I'll make it as even as I can here. And where's my waxy paper? Get all those wrinkles out as much as I can. You're still going to have some wrinkling because it's wet glue. It's not a paste. That's the advantage of Yes paste, is that it doesn't wrinkle like this. But it's so darned expensive. It's so expensive. Too expensive to use for a project like this. So you're just going to expect some. And eventually, if you put heavy books on this, eventually a lot of those wrinkles will flatten out with a heavy book on it. Alright, we're going to do the next section. I've seen that with some of my old glue books where I knew I had horrible wrinkling, and over time those wrinkles kind of flattened out because they had heavy books on top of them. So I'm doing about 1/4 of the page at a time. So the story on this page might be an entirely different story. Like, well, we have a heart here. So, or it could coordinate. You know? The raven's telling the little boy in his dream about this leaf, this magical leaf that grew a heart in the middle of it. And it's a golden leaf. So there's a meaning behind a golden leaf. See how you can make up stories like this? You just have to think them out. And I have to say, Dee Dee's group are good I haven't listened to them for a long time, but when Dee Dee does this type of thing, what did I do with that brush? They tell the story as she's working, and of course, she tells her own story too. But Dee Dee's group is pretty good about storytelling on images like this, and when they mind map and that, and when Dee Dee gives prompts. I think is it Tina who does all those prompts. One of Dee Dee's. She's always asking Dee Dee for prompts. I don't think it's Tina, it's somebody else. Now, as I said, this is not my art here. This I couldn't claim copyright on this art itself. I can maybe put it in a journal and you know, have my own personal journal. But I don't think I could claim copyright on it because it's not mine. And I'm going a little over the mark here. But that's okay. When I put the next image on, I didn't really, I wanted this over a little bit more. But that's okay. We'll put the brush in the right way, Meri. We'll deal with it. Now, Dee Dee would do something like this, and she'd go in and paint. Dee Dee likes to create worlds. And I wouldn't say I'm creating a world as much as I'm creating a story. Dee Dee's worlds are stories. I'm not saying they're not, but I'm not going in with the intention that I'm creating a new world. I'm going in the intention that I'm trying to tell a story, at least on these 2 pages. All right. Now, I'm going to let this kind of dry and come look at chat. I still think I want something down in here. But I don't think that image of the insect will be a good one to put there now because it'll overpower it. So we're just going to kind of let that dry. I'm going to put my brush in the water. I don't want my brush to dry. And I'm going to put my lid on my glue. And let's come out and look at chat. I was in my world. I don't know who I have out there yet, but I hope I'm not boring you. I'll probably go a little bit later. I at least want to finish this. I might do something on the other side. So I don't know how late I'll go. I brought my wax paper. Let me pick it up. The other wax paper's down there too. All right, what do I have here? My notifications. Let's go to my, whoops. Oh, let's see what the weather is. The weather says thunderstorms are possible around 11. So I better get done by 11. Let's see. I want to come into my channel. There I am. It says hello. Oop. Got an ad. Looks like a coloring book ad. Skip it. And there we are. Let me go to live chat. Or to all messages. And there's Jersey Laura. Hi, Laura. Hi, Karen K. Karen's, that's a good point. Karen's, and Allie agrees with her. She says, I think people that say don't overthink are just quicker thinkers. That's true. People who say they're not going to think about stuff, they're just going to grab and put down, they're still thinking. Or even with mind mapping. Now, there are people who do not like to mind map, and I respect that. But I still think when you think about something, if you're working on a project, you are subconsciously mind mapping. I don't think you're not doing it consciously, but you're working out your composition, and you're subconsciously You aren't doing, okay, I'm going to say who, what, when, where, why, and how, and put it all on paper and figure it all out. And even then, when you do that, when you get ready to do your project, sometimes it's a whole different concept than what you put on your mind map. Your brain automatically velcros off into little areas. You might put an image on the paper and say, oh, look, there's a leaf. It's got a heart in the middle of it. And there's this boy and the raven. And what is this story? There's your what. This is your leaf. This is your who is the boy. This could be from a list of animals. What does this leaf have to do with that boy? Why is that raven? Has he been, there's a why. Why did the raven return? Where? There's a where. Where was he before? So you can just tell a whole story off of these two images. But I agree with Karen. They're quicker thinkers. It's not that they're quicker, it's that they don't take time to map it out. People who take time to map it out, it isn't that they're any slower at thinking, it's that they put it down on paper. And they look slower, but they're really not slower. Their mind isn't any slower, but I understand what Karen is saying. They're more spontaneous when they put stuff down, I think. And maybe the word is spontaneous rather than quick. But spontaneity is good too, but sometimes spontaneity doesn't work for me personally. I do like it, but sometimes I don't like it. Sometimes I'll do something and go, oh, I wish that I would have known. I wish I would have known before I did that. I found myself saying that on certain things. I wish I wouldn't have put that there. I wonder if I can pull that back up. So those are some good points. Allie K says, centimeters. I hate those things. We haven't been trained to think in centimeters. It isn't that I hate centimeters, is that I have to think more about them. And for somebody who likes to think, I don't like to think about centimeters. I've been trained to use inches because that's what we use here in the United States. And look how dirty my ruler is. I did clean that off once and I got it all dirty again. Allie K's laughing at my centimeter comment. She says, centimeters, I hate those things. And I think she's quoting me. Laura says, Allie K is laughing. Allie K says hi to Laura and Diane. Did Diane pop in? And there's Debbie Epps. Hi, Debbie. Debbie, you have a sale coming up at the end of July. Do you want to tell us about it? I didn't put Jacqueline's information in. She probably gave it to me and I went off my chatty path. Are you still out there, Debbie? If you put your cell information in, I will pin it, and I'll pin Jacqueline's Sunday night. Whoever comes in first. Well, Jacqueline said I was here, Meri. You didn't pin mine. Let's see. Diane says I finally got to sit down. Boy, do I understand that. I had to take so many rest breaks. It was so hot and humid. I started mowing on Monday. And I mowed the backyard behind the garage and the backyard, most of the backyard on Monday. And the mower, it must have stopped on me 10 times. And because the grass was tall, and it wasn't that it was sopping wet, but it was still wet, because we had rain. And I let it dry, but I wasn't going to wait till 4 o'clock to mow the lawn because that's the hottest part of the day. I think I started mowing around 11:30, something like that, but it still wasn't dry. And the mower would get clogged up with that wet grass, and then I'd have to restart it. And if I couldn't get it restarted, I'd have to go in the house and get my brother. And he has a habit of locking the back door. And The other doors, we've got 3 doors into this house. And the other doors we keep locked. We just use that back door. So I made a sign. I forgot to put it on the door handle. He has a habit of locking me out. I got so mad at him the other day. I banged on the door, and he's deaf. My brother doesn't hear well. He hears well with his hearing aid, but sometimes I just give up talking to him. I'll say something, and he hears something completely different. I just laugh. But anyway, he doesn't hear. I pounded on the door. I rang the doorbell. Finally, I got his attention. I pound on the door till the whole neighborhood can hear me. Finally, I got back in the house. I had to go to the bathroom. Okay, I chewed him up. I said, "You locked me out." Well, must have been a habit. So I made a sign and put it on the doorknob. When I go out, I put that sign on the doorknob. I'm outside. And I told him, I said, when I'm outside, don't lock me out. Because I can't get in. Okay, what else is going on here? Joyce is saying hello to Laura. Laura popped in. Good to see you, Jersey. Allie K is here. Debbie said she's just popping in to say hello. Allie says, smooth it with a credit card. Yeah, I should have done that. I'll have to hunt out my cards. I've got them. They're on the cart way behind me. Boxes are in front of them. He's cute. I hope he's saying that the little boy is cute. I like this, though. He's dreaming that raven. I'm thinking that raven is visiting him in his dream and telling him about this gold leaf. So I'm still thinking about what the heart. Maybe he had a friend, and I don't want to refer, but I guess I am, to the Texas tragedy. Maybe he had maybe not that tragedy per se, but maybe he lost a good friend, maybe in a car accident or something, and this raven returned and told him about this gold leaf that was dropped in the woods by his friend. See, you can make all sorts of stories up here, and telling him to go find that gold leaf, and he finds the heart in it to represent their friendship, and then his good friend is in a better land, and he's okay, and he doesn't want him to worry about him. And see, you can chatter on about it. Let's see what else is going on. Teresa says he's laying on his back on his pillow snoring. He's not dreaming, he's snoring. Cute or annoying, Teresa? Oh, he's talking about her dog. She said, my dog is snoring in my ear. He's laying on his back. I thought she was talking about the little boy. She's talking about her dog. Kristen? Did I miss somebody? Somebody sent hello to Kristen. Crafting with Kristen. She's probably not still out there. They used to show the time here on these comments. I don't see how long ago she came. My tablet has the time there, but it's so hard to read it. Allie K. Here's where Messy Palette came in. I have him turned over so I can hear Meri. I don't see where she's saying hello to Kristen. Jersey says, I don't see it on my tablet. Hi, Kristen, if you're out there. She probably moved on, but if you're out there, welcome in, Kristen. It's nice to have you join us. Joyce is here. Allie K is here. Is anybody still awake? Allie K says, did I bore you guys to sleep? Sometimes I worry that I bore you guys to sleep. There's Carolyn Campbell. She was in, I greeted her, I think, earlier. She was in Jacqueline's sale this evening. Carolyn Campbell. She says it's bedtime for her. See you again. Thanks for accepting me into your group. Good night. Come again, Carolyn. She's gone, but Patty Crane, I think she was in, hi Patty, was she in Jacqueline's cell? I don't remember. I didn't get there on time. Angie says, I think I'm going to have to go to bed. Oh, that's why Allie K says everybody going to sleep. Oh, there's Don Boss. Don, if you're out there lurking up in the balcony, welcome in. And if you're not, well, thanks for popping in. Angie says, I'm the only one talking. Angie says, you can kill hogs in this house. You can kill hogs in this house? I'm sneezing my head off. My brother has it on 75. Is that cold for you, 75? Or hot? My brother turns it up to, I tried to get him down to 76, but he turns it up to 78. And that's what it is now. I have a fan on all the time out in the living room. I can't stand it that hot. But 76 is what he keeps it at in the winter. I'll have to check it again. He turned it up to 78 one time when it got cooler, but it's been so hot lately, he might have turned it back down. Roseanne was here. So how many lies about Native Americans? I don't know. How many lies about Native Americans? Jacqueline was here. I think we're getting to where, up to the top to where Jacqueline's crowd came in, because Roseanne was in Jacqueline's. Jacqueline was here. She's probably figuring up invoices. Takes you to my website. Yeah, and I can't go up any further. What lovely grungy paper, Legia says. Yeah, I think most of them have gone to bed. It's almost 10:30. Laura says she's here. Allie K says that's a funny quote. I get it, Mary. I would have thought the same thing about the, what was it about the centimeters? I hate those centimeters. Okay, so I'm caught up with chat. If you're in the replay, thanks for sticking with it this long. I'm gonna finish these 2 pages, and I might do something on the back just so that I'll have 2 pages done in my new glue book. And look, I folded this on the fold here, and look, there's my dolls right in there. And so this can almost be done. There's a bird here. I'll probably put something in there. So this, and then the back here is where I put this extra page here. So I got a doll on there. It will fold right in. Well, right where it's hard to fold. I can get it to fold there. Right in here. Whoops, I'm folding it wrong. So the back isn't going to be too hard to do. I'll have to put something in there. But I kind of like this. And this, I'll probably tear this off because it's on the fold. Let me just rip this. And I'll take care of, and I might have to glue some of this down. All right, so let's finish on here. My next one was what, the tree, the owl. And now see, I was going to use those cone flakes. I think the owl, and I might have to trim him off on both sides and trim this down. Appreciate the smaller things, observe and admire, appreciate the smaller things. Put that up there and this down there. Okay, so I don't think I can do the cone flowers. And we might do the wild things on the other side. We'll come back to that. The mind of their own. So we're going to do that owl. Let's get this off. Now, I want this overlapped 6 inches. This overlapped, let me go 6 inches back. Not centimeters. So if I go 6 inches back, it overlaps about a 1/4 inch. 6 inches. Yeah. Well, it's about 3/8 of an inch, but let's see what it is here. This was not even. 6 inch. Well, about a 1/4 inch. Well, maybe a little less than a 1/4, 1/8 of an inch. So when I put this on, I want this to fit, and I can make this fit the whole page. So I'm going to go ahead and trim this off. And I'm going to trim all of this here so I have an even top. Sort of trim it. I might have to turn this over and trim it from this side now. Can't see where I'm going. There. Whoops. I didn't quite get that even. It'll be a little off. It'll be a little off. What can I say? I'll do better on the next one. All right. So now I want this to fit in here. And I think I'll go off of this right there. And yeah, he's just gonna fit. In fact, he might be too far over. I might bring him over here and trim this off about a 1/2 inch. Bring it over more, trim it off 1 inch. So let's mark 1 inch. Now the wise old owl sat in the oak. The more he saw, the less he spoke. The less he spoke, the more he heard. You guys have your mom speak that to you? Why can't we all be like that wise old bird? One more. My mom would always say that when I got chatty. And I would get chatty with her. I wasn't chatty so much out in the world. I don't think. I was shy. They called me shy. I didn't think I was shy. All right, so I'm going to put this on here and bring it up. And I'm just going to let this part hang, and I'll trim it later. But I don't see how much I don't want that leaf to get all covered up. So I want to trim it. Probably. Let's go this way. Bring it up a little so I can see how much it's. I probably want to trim it 3/4 of an inch. We'll start with 3/4 of an inch. I might be able to go more. And how much is the margin here? Boy, my ruler is dirty. This is 3/4 of an inch. It's almost to the margin. A little bit over. I need to clean my ruler. Sloppy, messy art tools. I clean them and then they get dirty again. How does that happen? I'm just going to tear it. I really didn't need to mark it, but I did. So the wise old owl, he knows the meaning of that leaf. It looks like I can do another. It looks like I can do another 1/4 of an inch. I should have taken a whole inch. What side am I taking it off of? I'm taking it off of this side. Oh, that's a good 1/4 of an inch right there. So let's move a 1/4 of an inch down here. I don't know if I can tear a 1/4, but we'll try. So these pages are kind of, on this side, are kind of taking their own little whimsical story. Oh, I need my ruler. Let's see if I can tear this. I think if you bend it first, it kind of helps. Alright, let's see what's going to happen here. You kind of have to tear straight down. There we go. That happened pretty good. It's sticky on my finger. Alright. So he is going to go. I'm debating whether I want to make him the same. The same little spot here. I could still get the entire owl on there. I think I will. So I'm going to glue him down and see that leaf is still there. And yeah, I think I'll be fine. So let's get my glue brush out of the water. I didn't want to leave him out, but now I have to. Although it probably wouldn't hurt to put a wet brush in that glue because that glue is awful thick. So I'm not going to wipe it all off. And I'm just going to glue a little here. A 1/4 of an inch, so we don't want it all up in there. We just want it in here. About a 1/4 of the page. About like that. And yeah, that wet may not be a good idea because that'll cause bubbles. But there we go. Probably too thick too. Too thick a glue will cause bubbles, but oh well. It'll be bubbles. Now where's my owl? Where'd my owl go? Oh, he's over here. I'm gonna put him right down in there. And he's fitting right along the line there. And I like how it blends in. Completely unrelated images, probably out of separate magazines. And they're telling a story. I love that. How unrelated images come together. Look how this flows. How this line kind of comes up like that. Even artistically, how it's come together. And look, the body of that owl meets the edge of this leaf there. It comes together. And that's serendipity for you. You didn't really intend for it to happen, but it happened. Now I am going to put something in there, so this may not show, because I'm going to put that quote on there. Alright, let's see what I have here. What did I do with my brush? This is not school glue, this is glue all. It's a little bit thicker glue, I think, than the glue, the school glue. I don't care for the school glue myself, but it worked for the time that I had it. I bought a gallon of it. I used it all. Then I bought a gallon of this glue all, and I probably have used maybe, oh, not even a third. I haven't used very much of it. I just opened it not too long ago. Am I getting it? I'm getting most of the bubbles out. If you do it in sections, it's going to wrinkle a little because it's wet glue. It's just going to happen, and then I've got stuff on the back of it. Now, I won't have as many smaller images on the back when I do the other signatures, because I'm going to use magazine images from now on. Whoops, I only want to do half, a fourth. I'm going to do up to here. There we go. So this story will probably be unrelated to what's happening over here. So I don't know what I'm going to do. Tell another story. I like how this is coming together. I hate to cover up those images on the other side. We'll see. Maybe I can make some sense out of them. I love how these are coming together. Now, I want to do the quote. I have to find it. Here it is. So I'm going to put observe and admire down here and appreciating the small things up above. So let's trim it out. Actually, I can tear. Right in there. Whoops. Tear there. Let's tear here first. Tear there. And I think I'll leave that one. Put it about in the middle there. I'm not sure, but let's see how it goes. And this one I'm going to cut right there. And this one I'm going to leave alone. So I'm going to put observe and admire down here. Now I might, when I come in and maybe do some journaling, draw lines around the quotes. I'm going to cut that off before I glue this one down. Put it someplace where I won't lose it. Let's put this one down. So I didn't get my, it's getting late. It's 10:42. I won't get my July art journal done. My page. I have stuff I want to put in there. I might collage Dee Dee's napkin down. I could do that pretty fast. That would help. Let's put it at an angle. Like this, maybe? Let's see, where's that line? Now I'm going to kind of cover up the line there. Put it right in there. Alright, now I want to cut this top part off. So I can see where I want to put my, and this is wet. On the other side, I think that, yeah, it's kind of wet in here. I should probably hit it with the heat gun, but we'll just continue on here. This is going at a slant. It won't be perfect, you know, I'm not a perfect person. Look, I got a man and a woman up here. How to get involved. I hope they're talking about a program of some sorts. Let's trim this off a little. So you're going to see me doing a lot more of this type of work. In August, I'm going to do the Sunshine Journal. So this will be something I'll be doing, but I won't be doing it like, what I want to say, it isn't a project that I want to get done in a month or a week or anything like that. But I do need to get these fussy cuts, these images. If I can get them cut like I did these that I'm using tonight, I'll be happy. Now, my next one, well, wait, let's do this. Now, I put that word. Where did I put it? I said I wanted to put it in a safe spot. Here it is. Appreciate the small things. I don't know. I think I'll save that. I don't think it fits on there. I mean, it goes with this quote, but I'm going to fold it there. So let's hold it out. Don't throw it away now, Mary. And you know what? I was thinking about this. This just fits. Oh. Maybe right there. Let's see. Let's see what else I can. I don't want to put a butterfly there. But I like this. It really goes from a blue page to gray, and then a blue and kind of a misty. Let's see what kind of an image I could put there. What do I have? I have this big old turtle. He's almost too big. Let's see what I can get them all out here. Of the ones I pulled. Because I'm going to put them away in a minute. Oh, hold on. Those are something different. Okay. So not this one, not that one. I could do a butterfly, but they don't really fit. That's pretty, but this is the red collage. If I use a butterfly, that one fits better. Let's set it aside. Oh, I could do these. Oh, these girls could be friends of him that he's dreaming about. Oh, I like this. This is a definite possibility. Or I could do the wild things in here. I'm going to save this aside. Let's see how they fit the minds of their own. I could do, that would fit too. Where's the top of the page? That would fit. Kind of fits the ethereal theme. Both of those are possibilities. I kind of like the girls though. Quote, flowers, the insect, piecing the past together. I like that quote, but I don't know. Piecing the past together. I kind of like it for the dream, like he's trying to work things out. And I don't need all those rocks. I don't know. I might hold that off. I think I'm leaning toward the girls. Now this is pretty too. This says, can't read it. It's written upside, it goes like this. It must be winter or something. Our golden day, one golden day. It's an autumn page. There's a deer. It's a little squirrel. Wild places. There's a design of something. I don't know what they're designing there. And this is a nice image too. But I think I'm liking the girls. The wild things, I like the wild things, but maybe on another page. But I need to find a good quote for her. I don't need to find it tonight. I'm going to cut these two girls out. Looks like they're in some sort of a ethnic costume. Some sort of a festival. There's somebody behind there, but it's hard to see. So these I'm not going to use. And I'll find a quote for that girl someplace. I saved a lot of the quotes off there. I'll tell you, the best place to get quotes is in those decorator magazines. There's that bird. He's going to go on another page. I've decided on this one. Alright, so this one's going to be pretty easy. Well, I have something to do on the back. But I don't think I'll do the back tonight because it's getting late. It's getting late. I'll come back to the back Sunday night. Well, I wanted to do a list Sunday night, so. Where's the line? The line is. Could do appreciating the small things. It doesn't really fit for me. Let me see where 6 inches lays here. 6 inches. Get everything out of my way. What's this? Scrap. Six inches comes. Move it this way, move it that way. So, let me. She flew off. Where'd they fly off to? What if you were here? I like that quote. Alright, I'm going to put this up above for now because I need to measure. And of course it's wet. I think my wax paper is wet. So this is going to fold at 12 inches. It's going to fold right in there and right here. I need to mark it. I'm going to mark it on the back. Inches. Where's my pen? Oh, I don't want to mark it on the doll. Mark it down below. Right there, just a little mark. Hope I can find it again. And, oh, right where that ends. Right there. So, I'm not going to draw, I'm going to fold. And this is where this wax paper is. I still have some gluing to do, so I'm not ready to take up my wax paper. And my brush is getting dry. Hold the phone. Right there. Now I could cut these apart right now, but I'm not ready to cut them apart because I want to work in segments of 9 by 2 feet. 9 this way, 2 feet that way, 6 inches page. So there'll be, the journal will be a 9 by 6 journal. And I'm going to fold it. I'm going to fold it like this in half. Right in there. And so if I do the cup stitching, and there'll be a little bit of dark of him going over there, but it's almost like it's a border. It kind of blends in. And this will be its own world over here. But it won't matter so much because this will have to match. This will have to match whatever, because this will fold this way. This will have to match whatever I do on this side with the other signature that goes here. So I'll think those out, which makes me think I'm not going to do these. I'm not going to do the back tonight because they will coordinate with my next signatures. That makes sense to my head. Alright, I'm going to, I could cut these now, but I want to do this one before I cut. And the reason I folded all those out is that I want to know how, yeah, I'm right on the line. Well, no, I'm not. It's the line's right here. Let me mark it. 6 inches is right there. Meri is chattering away just like she knows what she's doing. I do kind of know what I'm doing. 6 inches is over just a little. And let's mark it up here. We'll never know. I'll fold this right in there. We'll never know that there's a mark there. And the reason I'm doing that is because when I put this piece on, it is going to go right in here. And that's perfect. That is perfect. It's a little trim off on the edge there. So let's put that down. I'm going to put it down at the mark here. Oh, I'm loving it. I am loving what I'm doing. And I don't want it to come clear to the bottom. I'm going to leave that little margin guy. And I'm going to go clear over, I guess. This is too much glue. I'm getting kind of tired, so I think after I get these 2 pages done, I'll be at a good stopping point. I have more I want to do. I have more that I want to do, but yeah, it'll have to wait for another day. And is that 12 inches from there to... Looks like I got a little red left over. So I could have moved that over just a little, but I want the overlap, so I'll leave that red there. I'll just leave it. Because I wanted it to overlap just a little. No, it's okay. Here, I must have... It's okay. It's hard for me to see up here. So this could be cut off. All right, I'm still good with it. Where's my... I'll cut it off after I cut the page off. I'll do it last. So somebody who's doing glue booking in the glue booking sense of the world, this would probably totally bore them. How long did I spend on this? A couple hours? And I did what? 4 pages? A 9 by... Of course, I had to figure it all out, what I wanted to do, and I had to get out my pictures, but I'm going, that's glue booking? It's glue booking my way. Because I am using magazine images and I am gluing down, but I'm thinking about what I'm doing. And I'm kind of telling a story. At least on this one, I'm telling a story. I don't know what's going to happen on the other side. I'm going to save that for another night. And it probably won't be Sunday night because I want to do something else on Sunday night, and that will take up a couple hours. I want to do a list. And if we do a list on Sunday night, we really get into those lists. And I think it's going to be a fun list. So if you're watching the replay, drop in and join our list session. I used to do lists all the time, and I kind of got out of it. How did I get out of doing all those fun lists? I don't know. I got into doing the lists because of Dee Dee Willingham and her Society of Idea Collectors. But it's really fun to do those lists as a group. Come up with all sorts of ideas and not ideas. Thoughts. Whatever we're making a list of. Come up with all sorts of unique comments. Put it that way. makes me think, makes me laugh sometimes. I actually have a composition book that I started putting my lists in because I'd scribble them down on paper while you guys were talking. And I don't know what I did with it. It's here somewhere. All right. This is going to have a little wrinkling, but there's stuff on the other side that's causing it too. I don't think it's the glue so much as what's on the back on these. Definitely right in there. Well, that's pretty flat, but it's something going on in there. Oh, is that where this page ends right here? I can feel it over here. Oh well. Now I want to take my girls and fussy cut my girls out. Because maybe instead of getting caught, maybe they were the ones that were in the car accident. Or maybe they weren't in a tragedy at all. Maybe they just moved away to a new home. And he misses them. They were childhood playmates. And they moved away and they sent him, or he's dreaming about them here. Something like that. Doesn't have to be a sad or a tragic story. Could be a happy dream. And the gold heart, they could be sending him a message. Well, maybe I don't know. If they're sending him a message on that leaf, that means to me that maybe they were in a car accident or something. See how your mind goes to different scenarios? Her head comes up a little here. Now the book ends her right there, so I should probably put her down in there. This will get cut off, that'll get cut off. I kind of like it like that. And then I have space. The other thing though is my trees. See, this is a tree line here. This must be water. But it's getting pretty covered up. But I kind of like it. I could do just one girl. And that would leave more of my trees. And her arm's coming out this way, so I would probably do this one. And that would give me, yeah, I think I'll cut this one off and save her for another page. Maybe she'll be a continuation of the story. And I'm going to leave her, probably tear it off, but I'm going to try. And now I think her feathers come out this way. This one is kind of hidden behind her as I read this picture. I can put her right in here, or maybe down a little. I kind of like that. And then I've got room. I've got room in here for more if I wanted. probably a journal spot or something. And that does look like she could have, it almost looks like I could draw a heart or make a leaf with a heart in it. And like she is leaving this leaf for this boy to send him a message. I kind of like that. So let's go ahead and I'll save this one. Oh, yeah, I thought that would tear off. I'll save this one. And what's this? We don't need that. And that appreciating the small things almost fits in there, but it's too small. I'll find a good quote for up here. I have to do more magazines anyway. So, I'm almost done. Probably another 15 minutes or so. Now, tomorrow's Saturday. The only Saturday one that I know for sure is Beth Schuler. I'm sure there's other streams going on that I'm unaware of. I'm learning that there's a lot of people out there that a lot of new people to me. I'm learning there's a lot of new people. But I just don't have time to, I hardly have time to watch my regulars, let alone all the new people. I didn't get Dee Dee watched. I watched a little bit of Becky. What was she doing? I can't remember. It might have been an Instagram that I watched. No, it was it Monday morning? It wasn't Wednesday. I don't think she went live on Wednesday. And I just watched a little bit of it. And I think I fell asleep. Because I was up late on Sunday night. I'm liking this a lot. So let me fold it at the 12-inch. Let me cut it now. Yeah, I think I'll cut it. Let's trim this off. Now these will take on their own story. So what will happen here these two will be together. So yeah, hold on, let me make sure I have this folded nice and even, or as nice and even as Meri can get it. And we'll fold this back over this way, like this. And yeah, it's not going to be the fold it in here, like so, like so, like so. I need my bone folder. I don't know. Is it in here? Yes. I was using my ruler as a bone folder. And it's a little crooked on the top and bottom. Let's see if I can straighten that out. Right in there. And this will be trimmed off. This is that red over there. Doesn't look like I have to trim too much of it. So I'm thinking my story goes here, so, and in here. So when I trim this off. I'll have to think about that. I have to think about it. I don't know if I can tear. I think I'll have to cut it. Let's turn it this way, where the fold is. Where's the fold? I might be doing living dangerously here. I think I'll have to cut it. Should trim it with my trimmer. Let's put my brush in the water. I think I'm done with that. I'm gonna leave it out and get gooey. Take my wax paper and put it on my glue pot. Get it out of my way. What's this? That can be tossed. I might want that. This can be tossed. These can be tossed. What's underneath there? Is that a toss? Oh, that's the border. I'll save those. Okay. I'm going to save that in case I need it. Alright. Hold on. I'm going to get my trimmer out. If I can find it. Open her up. And what's this? That's my red button for the July art journal. Goes up there. This has been fun. It's taken me a little bit longer than what I thought it would, but I had to think things through a little more. All right, I'm going to cut it at 12. Feed that through, and hopefully it will be, my folds will be right where they should be. If I cut this at, well, that's the part I'm gonna trim off. Hold on. Let's cut this at 12. And that's 12 right in there, right about there, and right about in there. And it's pretty good. Now I'm cutting through several layers. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. Now, and I'll probably have to, I probably shouldn't have creased that, but it's still damp. I can re-crease it. It'll be fine. Let's get it. All right. So the inside here and the inside, this is what I'm saying will have to be. And they kind of go together just like that. I mean, I might have to put in some images, but I got dolls over here, structures and plans. I might find some stuff maybe out of those decorator magazines. I could find some images of little girls with the dolls, playing dolls. I don't know if I could find them or not, but now let's do this one. Let's cut this at 12. What happened to her? Oh, there she is. I looked at this and I didn't see her face. I'm going, what happened to her? All right, we want this cut at 12, and it's going to be pretty much there. But we're going to straighten it out. And I dropped my blade. Make sure it's at 12. And how cool is that? So I'm going to sneeze. Hold on. Oh. I didn't sneeze in my hands, I sneezed in my elbow. Now I'll probably have to blow my nose here in a minute. Let me get this put away. Where's it gonna go? Where'd I get it? Oh, that's good. Okay. So, I probably should have trimmed this too, but I'll trim that when I get to journaling. This one looks a little bit taller. I'll trim all of that, make it fit. So, if I open it this way and I'm telling this story, this is something I should have put this owl over here like that. I could glue those two together or even stitch them together just for fun of it, but I won't. I'll probably do another, find some other part of the story to tell here. I might cover these images up, I'm not sure. But these dolls kind of remind me of this little girl. He could be remembering how they played, or how she played next door. I'm trying to tell a story here. So I'll have to think of what I want to put in here. And then you turn the page and here's the old owl reminding him about this gold leaf and the little girl here. I'm going to have to do something to make her stand out a little bit more. I lose her in there. But you guys see her pretty good. I just, as I glance, I have to figure out where her head is. And maybe a story there. And then this will depend on what's happening over here. And the same with this. So the story really starts in there. So, what did I not get to tonight? I did not do my sticker doodles. I did not work in my July journal. I put my glue away. Let's see. I need another. Let's get that Donna's envelope out. And I'm going to put this with these. No, I should put those in my, well, no, this will go in my scrap box. I'm going to put, hold on, I'm going to put them in this envelope. Let's get all the little things that are flying around. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this envelope inside out. I like that side, but for this project, it just makes more sense to me to do it this way. I do this a lot. I threw away a lot of these mailers that I was keeping to do this, but I just can't keep everything. I saved some, I think. All right, I'm going to put these in here. And when will you get to this again, Meri? Well, probably work in it pretty consistently because I have a lot of fussy cut images that I want to use up. And we could do a lot more of this type of thing. This was fun to, this is a fun, what if you were here? I could put this I'm just going to tack it on there for now. What if you were here? This really fits. I put my glue away, so I'm not going to glue it down. But this one fits. Maybe a little bit over here. What if you were here? What would we play? Will we play with my dollies, or would you want to play with something else? What if you were here? And I'm just going to take a piece of, maybe even a piece of washi tape, and just tack it down for a minute, if I can get this washi tape off. Where is it? Sometimes I can feel it. Here it is. If you lose your tape, just take your fingers and you can feel the little where it starts. But I folded under once. I got a lot of these at sale items on, like I bought from Donna. This didn't come from Donna, but I'm just going to tape this temporary here. I'll glue it on the next time I work on these. Maybe I should put another piece on there. Yeah. Fold this like that, and then I'll be able to find it the next time I use it. So, I was putting stuff away. I'm going to fold this one in half, or where it wants to glue, where it wants to fold. Put that in there, and my story here. Oh, and that, and this goes in my July journal. Alright, we're going to leave this out over on my, hold on, let me close the door. Washi tapes. Not letting me close my drawer. Let's see what I have up here. The snickerdoodle, the doodle, I call them snickerdoodles. The sticker doodle. Oh, I was going to work in my, these are sticker papers. Got glue on my hands. We might put one of these in my July journal. That won't take too long. These I printed off of the Graphic Fairy Christmas in July page. And my stickers I'm going to put in my, let's see. Wait, I want the strawberry out. This comes out. These go in my writing journal. These won't get put away. These I'm going to put in my scrap box. And I'll put my stickers in there. This stays out. Hold on, Meri's organizing here. This stays out. What's this? That can be scrapped, thrown away, trash. Alright, let me get my scraps out. I'm going to get a bigger tote for my scraps, and I'm going to use this for my fussy cuts that I have to go to town tomorrow. The other thing that I'm going to get is, you know how I made that Sterilite shoebox with the paper towel things? Well, I decided I want one in the house, in the bathroom. I've been scolding my brother of his sloppiness in the sink. I said, I have to clean up your mess. And I won't explain the rest of it, but I said, use a paper towel if you can't use a cloth towel. And so I'm going to fix one of those for him, and I'm going to have one in by my recliner. And that's all I'm going to say about that. All right, what's this? That's my trials there. What's this? That goes there. This is my tatting journal. I wanted to work in my tatting journal. I've got some July stuff here. I'm going to put that with that. This goes up above. And where's my journal? Hold on. Hold on. It fell. Did it fall? No, where is it? That's my packing paper journal. Did I put it way underneath of everything? Is that it? No, that's the other one. Hold on, what did I may not work in my July journal if I can't find it. It's my packing paper one. What did I do with my July journal? Well, this must mean it's time to quit, Mary. This is my tatting journal. Did I put it over on this side? I don't see it. Well, I guess it's time to call it quits, because if I can't put my hands on it, I don't want to spend all night looking for stuff. Let me just put... It's really odd that I can't find that journal. Did it fall? Let me put my scissors away. No. It really bothers me when I do this stuff. I'll put these where I know where to find them. And that. Books. I've got to find more room for my books. See, we've got another half page that should go in that black folder, but I'll do it later. Well, I can't find my July journal, so I think it's time. I'll find it when I think I'm getting tired. I wanted to put, this came from Dee Dee. I wanted to put this in the July journal. I want to do a Christmas in July. This is from, that'll go in another journal. That's from Jacqueline tonight. These go in my writing journal. This is the veterans. This all goes in my July journal once I find it. This is all July journal stuff. And I'm working on the slow stitch part. Really weird that I can find all the ephemera. And this I'm going to put in the July journal for, it's later in July. It's not, it's kind of like a summer page. So, I wonder if it fell down. Hold on, let me stand up. Maybe it slid down. No, I don't see it. Might have slid way down. All right, I'm ready to, it is 11:30. No wonder I'm tired. Let me refresh my chat and I'll come out and say goodnight. Angie said something. Did somebody show? Let me go look at what. Hold on. Angie, you said something and it said held for review. Let me see what's going on here. And of course, it's not letting me into my chat. Laura said, bless you. Oh, that's back when I sneezed. And the snoring dog, don't forget the snoring dog. Kathy says, you are all still going. I've been to bed, I slept, and I'm back up again. Angie says, I just came back to say hello. I'm going back to sleep. I'm not feeling good. Well, take care of yourself, Angie. Carol is here. Carol, if you're out there. Hello? I was trying to I was thinking about what day this was. This is Friday. Carol usually streams on Friday mornings around 10 Central. I don't know. I don't think she was streaming last week. Or 1 week she was gone. Joyce is here. Carol says, good evening, everyone. Jersey said, I'm here, so I'm caught up with chat, but somebody must have taken care of that Angie comment that I saw over. So let me get out of here again because I feel like, what's going on here? There we go. I guess I'm caught up with everything. It's 11:30. You all have a really good day. Have a good weekend. Whatever you do, have a good weekend. All right? I'm going to call it a night. It's a night. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Bye.